Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, uhuru.
Uhuru. Welcome to the party's.
Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to this historic second plenary of the 7th Congress. Salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair on the Zane Yeshitela, and the entire party. We want to salute our party and African Socialist International comrades who are participating in this plenary, as well as here in the U.S. Vanguard up! Vanguard up!
Vanguard up!
Vanguard up!
Vanguard up!
Africans of the world, unite and organize.
E Africa.
E Africa.
Izwele too.
Izwele too.
E Africa.
E Africa. Shout out, I want to begin by giving a shout out to the Malcolm X Center, WMXP, Radio 95.5, and Efia Imungaza, who's going to be simulcasting the plenary this weekend out of North Carolina.
Uhuru. So we're calling on everyone to take a serious and disciplined stance for this party plenary that is changing the world. Please put your comments and questions for workshops and panelists in the Zoom chat or in the chat on YouTube and Facebook, and we will read them to the panelists. So, please join me in welcoming the African People's Socialist Party National Central Committee to the musical stylings of drummings by our comrade and powerful drummer, Karen Smith on djembe, and vocals by Sanavia Garrett from the project Spiritual Atmospheric Cleansing. Our virtual processional this year is called The Point of the Spear and welcomes our National Central Committee and Chairman, Omali Yeshitela.
It is my... Now, it is my honor to introduce to the world the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, the Point of the Spear. Join me in welcoming the National Central Committee of our party, the Vanguard, the Advanced Detachment of the African Working Class. Come on, everybody. Let's welcome Deputy Chair of the party, Ona Zane Yeshitela, Secretary General of the African Socialist International, Louise Kinshasa, Director of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Anai, Director of Organization, Chimaranga Silambao, President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, Kalambai Andanet, President of the African National Women's Organization, Yejide Orunmila, Director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, Dr. Aisha Field, Western Regional Representative, Malika Alexander. Last but not least, let's welcome Western Regional Representative, Bakari Olatunji.
Now, everyone, please welcome our chairman and chairman of the African Socialist International, leader of the African nation, lifelong fighter for the total liberation of Africa and African people everywhere, led by the African working class, our chairman, Omali Yeshitela.
Maybe it's us. Maybe we be free. Oh, so ha 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 ha
Uhuru. Really want to appreciate Comrade Karen and Sanavia for that beautiful piece and drumming as we announced our NCC. So we want to welcome everybody again to the second plenary of the party's 7th Congress, African Workers of the World Unite and Organize. I want to welcome the administrative assistant for the office of the chairman and very talented musician, our comrade Elikia Ngoma, to lead the African Nation Fight Song.
Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you. Someone needs to mute. Thank you, Comrade Kundai, for that introduction. And I want to salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, as well as the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party and all of the leaders of the Uhuru movement. My name is Elikia Ngoma, and I am one of the chairman's administrative assistants. And I will be presenting the African Nation Fight Song. This is a song that is an original song of the African People's Socialist Party that was written under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. I wrote it with the direction of S.G. Luwezi as well, the Secretary General of the African Socialist International. And this song is African internationalism in a very condensed form, easy to understand form. It talks about the need for the African poor and working class to fight for, to overturn parasitic capitalism. It talks about the unity of the African nation. It raises the African revolution of IET and holds up Jean-Jacques Dessalines and a quote that he presented, coupe tête, boule kai, cut heads, burn houses, which is the state that the African revolution must be in. It raises Malcolm X, Fannie Lou Hamer. It just talks about the need for African people to unite for revolution. So on your screens will be a demo version of the song that will also have the lyrics and the audio so that you can begin learning the words as you learn the melody. Uhuru.
Dance and sing songs. From Harlem to Brazil to Azania, we are winning. We fight and live for a free Africa. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning. Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are
Uhuru, 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 everybody. I am unable to start my screen.
Yeah, same. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Kupetet.
Bulekai.
Okay, do people still do that one right there?
I don't know about that one, comrade.
Okay, I'm a little old. So yeah, Kupetet, Bulekai. I love that. I love that. I love that.
I'm gonna start my screen, Eva.
That's the African national fight song. But now let's go back to Comrade Kundai. She's going to make a couple announcements, and then we're going to turn it to Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa.
Uhuru, yes, I'm so critical because I know we have so many viewers from all over the world viewing right now, and some of us might not be able to speak English. So to use the Zoom translation feature, please click on the globe icon that you see on the bottom right of the Zoom window. And are we able to play a video in case comrades can't understand that piece, the translation piece?
Uhuru, pour utiliser la fonction de traduction Zoom, veuillez cliquer sur l'icône du globe que vous voyez en bas à droite de la fenêtre Zoom. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So thank you, SG Luwezi. And now I'm going to turn it back over to my co-MC for today, Matsamela, and he's going to turn it over to our Secretary General.
Uhuru, Uhuru. Once again, let's give another round of applause for Comrade Elike Ngoma and the African Nation Fight Song.
Uhuru.
Bulekai, we are winning. Right, like she said, that's African internationalism in song. Now, I have the honor of bringing up the Secretary General of the African Socialist International, Luwezi Kinshasa, who is all the way from the Congo via London to introduce Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru SG Luwezi.
Comrade Masamela, Uhuru, Comrade Kundai. I have been given the honor to introduce our leader. Uhuru, comrades, Uhuru, brothers and sisters. I have the privilege to announce the leader of the African Revolution, without having the benefit of state power since the international defeat of the Black Revolution. No one has trained and educated more African people to the science of revolution than our chairman. I have the honor to introduce the leader of the African nation. He has kept alive the legacy of Marcus Garvey. He has developed the legacy of Marcus Garvey. Today we talk again of the existence of a continuum of a single movement of African people fighting for the redemption of Africa and all Black people on the planet Earth. I have the pleasure of welcoming the leading and distinguished philosopher of our time. I have the distinction to introduce the most creative strategist and tactician of the African Revolution. He has created the African National Women Organization for African women to join the revolution as leaders or rank and file. He has unleashed a series of powerful women leaders like Disiona, Isa Field, JCD, Kalambai, just to name a few. He has created APSC, the African People's Solidarity Committee, and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for white people to rejoin humanity. He has created ABDEP for African development and agriculture, also to get African intellectuals to commit class suicide and become working class intellectuals. He has created INPIDUM to organize for the democratic right of our African people and end the public policy of containment. He has unleashed a new generations of young leaders like Director Akili, Director Tafari, Secretary General Assa, and the talented songwriter Elitia. He has made the reparations a household name. More than that, reparation is on the ballot box in St. Louis. Don't forget to vote. He has been on this path for more than a half a century. He never quitted the struggle or compromised at any stage of his life. He was in the struggle when it was known as civil rights. He was in the struggle when it became a struggle for Black power. He led JOMO, the junta of militant organizations. This when he created the Burning Spear newspaper, which is the only international revolutionary Black power newspaper in the world. He has solved one of the most burning issues left unresolved by the defeated Black revolution, the absence of a theory to lead and unite the African revolution, the absence of theory that informs us about our place in the world created by colonial capitalism. He created African internationalism, the theory to end colonial capitalism and introduce a new era in human history, the era of socialism. He brought into existence the African Socialist International, the organization that is carrying out the legacy of Marcus Garvey under the leadership of the African working class and connecting all African struggles for national liberation in a single organizational project to defeat colonial capitalism. He has exposed the limitation of Marxists, Engels, and Lenin, and Marx himself, and pointed to the way forward for a new theory of socialism and communism. If you never met Marcus Garvey, or Malcolm X, or Lumumba, or Sobukwe, meeting Chairman of Madicela is an indication of what it means to be a leader of the African nation against colonial capitalist white power. Please, brothers and sisters, comrades and friends of the African Revolution, welcome our chairman, Chairman of Madicela, the leader of the African future. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Our second plenary of the party's 7th Congress opens with the urgent call for African workers of the world to unite and organize. As 2021 begins, we find ourselves in a historic period that we have long predicted when imperialism is in its death throes and when crisis never lets up, rolling into every new iteration with greater severity. Literally, the hollowed halls of US imperialism and parasitic capitalism have been breached. A fatal flaw of the oppressor ruling class is the assumption that its security depends on its relationship with other contending or potential rival state powers. The fact is that the death of colonial capitalism is being determined by the rise of anti-colonial revolution under the leadership of the African working class, galvanizing exploited, oppressed, and colonized peoples inside the US and around the world. In 2020, the contradictions of colonialist capitalist system literally exploded into the consciousness of the peoples of the US and the world on many fronts. But everything about the existence of our party has prepared us for this moment. It has been the ideological and political struggles of our party for nearly 50 years. And today, that are defining this new period in which anti-colonial revolution is again becoming the main trend in the world. Most nationalists, militants, and ersatz communists are scrambling to make sense of this time, and bereft of revolutionary philosophy are inadvertently or deliberately pushing forward with actions and explanations that at best call for a kind of gentler system of oppression. Our party is simply on point and on course as planned. We are African internationalists. This speaks to our philosophy stemming from a scientific investigation and analysis of the rise of the most oppressive and exploitative social system that has ever existed in history from the standpoint of Africa, Africans, and the colonized and toiling masses of the world. We do not proclaim our readiness for this moment based on some abstract philosophical conclusions. African internationalism, the theory of our party, is a theory of practice. The nearly half-century of continuous practice of our party has tested our theory and contributed to our advancement that will prove to be the death of colonial capitalism. The work of the African People's Socialist Party has been one of the factors undermining capitalist colonialist cohesion. We have made a major contribution to the destabilization of the system through concrete socialist decolonizing projects and campaigns. We are a part of the existential crisis of this system. Completing the Black Revolution of the 1960s has always been a declared intent of our party. The last year of party work and development since the 2020 plenary of our 7th Party Congress indicates that we are well on the way to achieving that end. The African People's Socialist Party has helped deepen the crisis of imperialism through our success in resurrecting the African Revolution from the crushing blows of imperialist counterinsurgency. Despite the impact of COVID-19, the colonial virus, which has also deepened the crisis of many aspects of global economic and political activity, the African People's Socialist Party continued to move forward. We were able to do this because we understood that the sense of powerlessness being experienced by African people in the face of the brutal health and economic blows is inherent in the colonial condition. Our party was founded with the mission to end that colonial condition and powerlessness. We were founded to achieve power, Black power, over our lives and future. No COVID virus was going to derail that struggle. Our political structures and global strategic thrusts were in place to win power over colonialism, however it manifests itself. This allowed the party to initiate the People's War to fight the colonial virus. Last February, only weeks before the viral pandemic gained publicly recognized traction, our party's 2020 plenary had rolled out our push for full implementation of our regional strategy. We were prepared to build our anti-colonial structures in Africa and to fight against colonial capitalism through our structures in every region of the globe where the forcibly dispersed African nation lives under exploitative duress. We were carrying out our mandates from our party's 7th Congress and its political report, Vanguard, the Advanced Detachment of the African Revolution, where I wrote, and I'm quoting, "Our struggle against colonial capitalism must be rooted in the actual colonized territories that we occupy. This is the essence of dual and contending power. The victory of our party will come as a consequence of our success in transforming every colonized African community into a conscious, active opponent of colonialism. We will take organization and ideological development to the heart of the African working class communities where the colonial contradictions are concentrated, unquote. For our party, it was unnecessary to stop what we were doing to take on a new so-called invisible enemy. The enemy was quite visible. The same colonial capitalism that our party has always fought. The tools for its defeat were elaborated on in our last plenary. In the vernacular of the military, we were locking and loading. Through the party's development and empowerment arm, we immediately initiated the successful People's War Campaign under the leadership of Comrade Aisha Fields, director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, or APDEP. APDEP quickly mobilized and deployed African doctors and healthcare professionals to work with party and Uhuru movement cadre to deliver healthcare protocols and care to our people globally in South African townships, Europe, the US, and elsewhere. While colonial capitalist governments, especially the US, were questioning the need for face masks, our People's War was already searching for, distributing, and sometimes producing face masks. We went door to door, giving out information to our people with appropriate life-saving protocols that otherwise do not reach the African working class. Through social media, pamphlets, the Burning Spear newspaper, and the radio station Black Power 96.3 FM, our party was there for our people. Then, when the fierce African working class-led resistance erupted after the May 25 police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, we took the leadership in defining the mass struggle against US domestic colonialism. Our theory of African internationalism has been especially important and served us well during this period. Advanced revolutionary theory is a prerequisite for revolution. It provides the to what end to otherwise directionless, spontaneous, though sometimes heroic protests and uprising. The specific colonial conditions of this particular period, coupled with our history of work and struggle, opened the door for millions of Africans and others here and around the world to clearly see the fact that colonialism, not racism, is the main contradiction faced by African people in the US and wherever we have been dispersed. For the first time since the 1960s, African workers want to fight for Black power. And our more than 50 on-the-ground institutions led by Comrade Deputy Chair Onazine Ishitela represent the party's leadership in showing how this is done concretely. And after decades of party work and leadership to make reparations a household word, it erupted as a mass demand as never before. Injecting science into the spontaneous actions of the people is how our party contributes to putting mass movements of the people on the road most likely to establish a revolutionary trajectory, a trajectory toward the capture of political power. This is our only hedge against the perennial attempt by those who would sell out the long-term interests of the people for complete liberation from colonial capitalism for a mess of pottage. This is how we defeat the interests of the petty bourgeois neo-colonial aspirants who arise at the expense of true freedom, the complete destruction of colonialism. The domestic military occupation forces, commonly known as police, murdered George Floyd on African Liberation Day. Again, we were in place. Members of our Solidarity Front were active in Minneapolis where George Floyd was killed. It is true. But we had already organized on the streets of St. Louis, Ferguson, following the murder of Mike Brown 6 years earlier in 2014. Out of that struggle, we built the Black Power Blueprint, a lasting presence and important economic development project in North St. Louis that continues to grow in strength and relevance daily. This is not what I mean when I say we were in place, though. We were in place because we have never relinquished the fight against the foreign and alien domination of our people known as colonialism. With our ongoing struggle to complete the Black Revolution of the 60s, we continue to fight the nonsensical so-called anti-racism politic that achieved dominant status in the wake of the defeat. To overturn colonialism, it is necessary to achieve Black power. Ultimately, we must achieve Black state power. This is the defining critical question of our times. While his November 5th, 1831 trial and its guilty outcome spoke to the enslaved condition of Nat Turner, a not guilty verdict would not have made him less enslaved. The fact that even a colonial state legalizes itself is a determining factor in validating the legal existence of colonialism. This example exposes the ridiculous nature of an imperialist directed fight against racism. The struggle against colonialism is not debatable. It is scientific reality. The struggle against colonialism is the decisive democratic struggle for the African nation. Unlike the past period, before the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s, when the struggle for democracy was led by the African petty bourgeoisie, many of whom were both patriotic and reliant on liberal imperialism, the African People's Socialist Party, the revolutionary party of the proletariat, must lead the whole African nation and world in bringing the struggle for democracy to a revolutionary conclusion. This means that we might find some basis for short-term cooperation with the patriotic or nationalist sector of the African petty bourgeoisie. We are, however, contemptuous of any effort by the African petty bourgeoisie to steer our movement to accommodation with colonialism under slogans rallying Africans to fight against racism, whether disguised as Black Lives Matter movement or some other innocuous claptrap ultimately intended to improve the colonial capitalist system and our status as colonial capitalist captives. This is why we were in place. We are fighting for power over our lives in a process that elevates the African working class to the status of the ruling class in a post-colonial world. This is why we are busy building and strengthening working class organizations throughout the world. This is why we have the regional structures and leaders, why we built self-determining economic development as opposed to relying on the goodwill of the colonial governments. The colonial capitalist world economy, already experiencing fundamental reconfiguration, shuddered under the added weight of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the wake of US-initiated trade war with China, the rise of Russia from the presumed depths of economic and political irrelevance, and the unrelenting global efforts of colonized peoples to wrest control of our resources for our own benefit. US was brought down from its lofty perch as preening uncontested global hegemon of an uncontested global colonial capitalist system. Our party is the only force in the world consciously contesting the global colonial capitalist system instead of some disadvantageous colonial capitalist policy decision. So far, the colonial virus has destroyed 40% or more of African businesses within the US. Even the colonizers' businesses and sometimes large corporations are collapsing. Our enterprises, that is to say, those of the party in the Uhuru movement, did very well though. In fact, under the leadership of the Office of the Deputy Chair, our existing economic development projects blossomed as called for by the mandates from our 2020 plenary. We are moving forward with even more ambitious economic projects similar to those of the Marcus Garvey movement 100 years ago. In St. Louis, our Black Power Blueprint economic program has uplifted morale and created economic possibilities for the African working class and others, unlike any other in the world right now. We have property and projects in 5 contiguous blocks of West Florissant Avenue and beginning up College Avenue. This includes the Uhuru House and the Gary Brooks Community Garden and event space with the majestic 25-foot African flag flying over the neighborhood from a 50-foot flagpole. This is where the One Africa, One Nation outdoor marketplace will launch this spring. Our territory covers 2 adjacent wards within which we are running candidates for St. Louis aldermen on platforms of reparations and power in the hands of the African working class. 4 miles away in the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood, we have our largest project yet, our Jiko Kitchen, which will house the national headquarters of our 40-year-old Uhuru Food and Pies and the African Independence Workforce Platform program. This plenary helps us to expose the ubiquitous presence of our party. We recognize that the party must lead everything if the conclusion of all the efforts of our people going back to our first encounter with colonial capitalism up to now are to result in our liberation. It is our responsibility to define what liberation is and to lead our nation and class to its conquest. Up to now, there are many who have encountered the party without even recognizing the party's influence on how so-called Black struggle is understood and articulated. Not only did we introduced reparations to the world as a mass issue and introduced scientific revolutionary theory as a precondition for the actual liberation of our people. But we have long been in the face of the people in countless guises over the decades. We have been visible in an assortment of campaigns on many fronts, and those who were not armed with the tactics and strategies for revolution that we provided would not necessarily have recognized them as part of a single revolutionary process or project. We have already landed devastating blows to all assumptions of left colonial leadership of our struggle and the notion of workers and people in general that did not recognize the centrality of the colonial question. Let me say it again. We have already landed devastating blows to all assumptions of left colonial leadership of our struggle and the notion of workers and people in general that did not recognize the centrality of the colonial question. We have scientifically exposed the obscured Marxist concept of primitive accumulation and raised it to the essential question. We have proven that the emergence and sustainability of capitalism came from the assault on Africa, and that colonialism and all its violence and oppression was the midwife of capitalism. The continued work of our party is increasingly proving the leading theoretical role in African internationalism. The revolutionary presence of African internationalism and our party in the question of women's liberation is there in the material existence of the African National Women's Organization and the leading role of women in our party overall. The mystery of economic development for our people is being overcome by the concrete material evidence provided by the party through the myriad of anti-colonial economic institutions we have created. The Black Power blueprint being only one of them. It is the influence of the party that is manifest in the leadership and organization of professionally trained and skilled Africans bringing clean water, agricultural training and production through the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project. When we organized hundreds from the colonizer nation to fight the ruling class for reparations and the destruction of the power of the colonizer, it is an example of the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party in the form of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. This and all the work of our party since our World Tribunal and Reparations for African People in the US that was concluded in 1982 and annually for more than a decade throughout the US, revealed that our party's leadership around reparations does not reduce the party into a single issue reparations movement organization. For our party, the struggle for reparations has always been a function of the party-led African revolution. We are globally omnipresent. We are the African People's Socialist Party Bahamas, Bermuda, Guadeloupe, or APSP United Kingdom, France, or Occupied Azania, South Africa, Mali, Ivory Coast, etc. More African workers are able to understand that the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement that is bringing African people back into political life in South Africa or North St. Louis, USA, is a material expression of their party that is capable of waging our struggle on many fronts using every form of struggle. Our party is responsible for the African revolution being put on a common trajectory necessary for our victory over an omnipresent colonial capitalist social system that has a stranglehold on virtually every aspect of our lives everywhere on earth. Moving forward from this second plenary of the 7th Congress, more of the African nation and working class will be able to recognize the coherence of the African revolution and the struggle for the defeat of colonial capitalism that is provided by our party. We have initiated a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to our national liberation and the emancipation of African workers and the toilers of the world. We are the advanced detachment, the general staff of the African working class. On a daily basis, we are cutting an ideological and political swath through a morass of opportunism of every kind, in words and in actions. This is how we contribute to the deep crisis of the hated global colonial capitalist system. We are holding fast to the mandates and resolutions of our 7th Congress, our first plenary of our 7th Congress, and the African internationalist tactics and strategies. Our call for African workers of the world to unite and organize expresses our recognition of the existential crisis of colonial capitalism and the role of our party in providing leadership and direction to the struggle for African liberation, unification, and socialism. Nearly 40 years ago, At the party's first Congress in Oakland, California in September 1981, our main resolution or political report addressed the crisis of imperialism as it looked at that time. What is striking is that it could almost have been written for this political report to our second plenary of the 7th Congress. It sets the tone for our summation of this period. It lays out quantitatively how crisis after crisis compounds toward the point of no return, becoming qualitative transformation, the point where the uneasy equilibrium turns into destruction of colonial capitalism and victory for the colonized nations and toiling masses of the world. Here's what we wrote of the world situation 4 decades ago, and I'm quoting. The escalating violence of the peoples over imperialism, along with the almost daily emergence of new struggles against world imperialism, are creating shock waves and crises within the imperialist centers. The revolutionary triumphs of the peoples of Vietnam, Cambodia, Cuba, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Iran, Ethiopia, Grenada, and Nicaragua, to name a few, have caused absolute panic within imperialist circles. The fierce struggles of the peoples of El Salvador, Guatemala, Chile, Colombia, and Palestine, along with the deepening revolutionary process in Iran, have pushed imperialism to reveal a more reactionary face. The present epoch of struggle is threatening imperialism with a finality it has never faced before. The previous successful struggles against imperialism, combined with those presently occurring and incessantly emerging, are removing from imperialism bloody grasp the near free human and material resources which were previously extracted from the oppressed peoples with impunity. This situation has led to a shortage of some material resources, price adjustments for others, and has contributed to imperialism's urgent scramble to place a death grip on those who remain under imperialist control within the world capitalist system. Consequently, the imperialist centers are experiencing a contraction of production and escalating inflation and unemployment, which contribute to increasing political and social contradiction within the imperialist centers themselves. The shrinking resources available for theft by the imperialist powers collectively, plus the struggle by US imperialism to maintain its supremacy over world capitalism, is leading to intra-imperialist struggles as the various imperialist powers continuously belie the adage of honor among thieves by attempting to cut the throats of their imperialist competitors whenever it is to their individual advantage to do so. Consequently, although the NATO allies are keeping up a good public front, it is clear that the unity of the NATO alliance is being constantly challenged by the resistance of most members to US pressure to contribute more to their own domestic inflationary pressures by spending more on arms and war preparation. The European alliance partners also have differences among themselves concerning the US belligerent and provocative anti-Soviet posture. And the US is forever threatening all-out war with Japan, which has been more successful in exploiting US auto and electronic markets than some US domestic capitalists. In Europe, inflation, unemployment, and various political contradictions are leading to ever widening social contradictions. There has already been a US NATO-inspired coup in Turkey where thousands of progressive political activists have been rounded up by the military, and reports of torture and mistreatment of political prisoners abound. A similar attempted coup in Spain was only narrowly averted by the fascist general, and the fascist general are lurking in the background, becoming more organized and awaiting their next opportunity, unquote. This is some 40 years ago. This passage from the political report to the party's first Congress 40 years ago clearly reveals the fact that that imperialist crises are unrelenting, one following the other. Each apparent imperialist success in quelling the struggles of Africa's and the world's peoples is eventually, sometimes rapidly overturned, revealing an even deeper rupture in the colonial capitalist social system than what was previously obvious. We have continued to talk about the crisis of imperialism because crisis is built into a system whose permanence and success rely on the domination of the colonized peoples of the world. Africans everywhere are fighting to determine our own future. and way of life without the unwelcome intervention of crass, craven, foreign and alien colonialists. African people are determined to live without the unwelcome intervention of colonialism and its spawn, capitalism. A global system founded and reliant on colonialism is inherently unstable and crisis prone due to the resistance of the colonized. This colonialism is the original sin of capitalism. It is what Karl Marx characterized as the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, the slavery pure and simple in the New World that provided the pedestal upon which capitalism or wage slavery in Europe. Some Marxists speak often of the crisis of imperialism. However, they mean something entirely different from our party. In the People's Socialist Party, we understand and teach that all capitalist activity occurs on a pedestal of the colonial domination of peoples and countries globally, and that the colonial enslavement and dispersal of Africans is key to this activity. African internationalism teaches us that capitalist or imperialist crises are not simply a matter of capitalist overproduction atop the colonial pedestal. It is the existence of the inherently unstable pedestal that foments crisis. It is the growing inability. Let me go back and say that. African internationalism teaches us that capitalism or imperialist crises are not simply a matter of capitalist overproduction atop the colonial pedestal. It is the existence of the inherently unstable pedestal that foments crisis. It is the growing inability of the colonial capitalists to benefit from their parasitic station in the same old way, either because of the growing active political consciousness of those who constitute the colonial pedestal or escalation of struggle between contending predators for its control. In any event, we are not the only ones to recognize imperialist crisis. The crisis of imperialism and the decline of white power has taken center stage in the discourse of leading thinking representatives of the ruling class. The July-August 2020 edition of the bourgeois journal Foreign Affairs is dedicated to this discussion. One joint submission by Alexander Cooley and Daniel X. Nexon, one joint submission by Alexander Cooley and Daniel H. Nexon has a revealing title, How Hegemony Ends, the Unraveling of American Power. This article acknowledges that there have been many other predictions of the end of the system, but this one is different, the article states, as it goes on to describe the symptoms of imperialist decline as it is concentrated in US white power. It says Cooley and Nexon, quote, but this time really is different. The very forces that made US hegemony so durable before are today driving its dissolution. Three developments enable the post-Cold War US-led order. First, with the defeat of communism, the United States faced no major global ideological project that could rival its own. Second, with the disintegration of the Soviet Union and its accompanying infrastructure of institutions and partnerships, weaker states lacked significant alternatives to the United States and its Western allies when it came to securing military, economic, and political support. And third, transnational activists and movements were spreading liberal values and norms that bolstered the liberal order. Today, this article states, those same dynamics have turned against the United States. A vicious cycle that erodes US power has replaced the virtuous cycles that once reinforced it. With the rise of great powers such as China and Russia, autocratic and illiberal projects rival the US-led liberal international system. Developing countries and even many developed ones can seek alternative patrons rather than remain dependent on Western largesse and support. And illiberal, often right-wing transnational networks are pressing against the norms and pieties of the liberal international order that once seemed so implacable. In short, US global leadership is not simply in retreat, it is unraveling. And the decline is not cyclical, but permanent, unquote. There, the white man said it. The authors of this foreign affairs submission, however, could not possibly envision the end of the colonial capitalist system altogether, or that the lowly despised colonized would bring about its end. They would also be contemptuous of the idea that African internationalism is the so-called major global ideological project, actively contending with the whole system, including the neo-colonial so-called weaker states, which are themselves remnants of the past order the authors recognize as representative of US decline. Globally, many have witnessed the drama associated with the 2020 US presidential election with bemusement. However, party members armed with the science of African internationalism and an organization constantly using principles of historical materialist investigation and analysis have not been confused at all. The contradictions of a failed global system are concentrated in the US. The disabled hegemon. US disabilities are representative of a terminally afflicted colonial capitalist world social system. For years now, let me say that again. The contradictions of a failed global system are concentrated in the US, the disabled hegemon. US disabilities are representative of a terminally afflicted colonial capitalist world social system. For years now, actually since the party's first Congress and continuing on through each subsequent Congress, we have been defining and quantifying the crisis of the existing social world system that was founded and is relying on a violent parasitic stranglehold on Africa, our people, and the colonized and subject peoples of the world. The shocking election of Donald J. Trump as US president in 2016 was evidence of political crisis grown so severe that it could no longer be obscured. The political fissures within US colonialist-based society were bared. To the dismay of the white colonial rulers, the 2016 presidential campaign process and election allowed white people, ordinary colonizers, to discover their common disunity with the colonial capitalist political establishment. They learned that the colonial capitalist media and other institutions were lying when they claimed their ruling class narrative mirrored white people's understanding of the world and their view of themselves. This discovery is what has given such weight to Trump's characterization of the bourgeois media as fake news that has become part of the general lexicon used often by bourgeois media themselves. Many colonial political pundits considered Trump's 2016 election as a fluke. His campaign disregarded the colonial bourgeois machinery and rules that have always regulated presidential elections and vetted so-called responsible and respectable candidates. Trump won despite the fact that he actually did confront a rigged system. And it is rigged. It has always been rigged. And not just against Trump, but against any potential for an effectively run and unscripted campaign that was disruptive to the general interests of the leading colonial capitalist bloc. It was rigged with the prescient US ruling class 1787 Constitutional Convention. This compromise that apportioned representatives to the Congressional House of Representatives and electoral votes according to a formula that would only count each African in the US as 3/5 of a person. This handful of bourgeois selected electoral voters superseded the popular will of the people, the white people, of course. The Southern colonial capitalist slave owners were ensured an advantage, but one which colonial capitalist rulers in the North could live with. This was rigged by contending bourgeois interests, all of which would be realized at the expense of the colonially enslaved African. The US elections, like all other colonial capitalist democratic elections, are nonviolent contests between contending sectors of the ruling class for control of the state. A mutual distrust among them sometimes makes it difficult for someone directly from the ruling class to succeed in capturing the US presidency. Others of the ruling class have often united to prevent an individual colonialist like Nelson Rockefeller, for example, from assuming personal control of the US imperialist state apparatus. The rulers generally campaign and run by proxy, utilizing their electoral machinery, including, excuse me, comrades, including the ruling parties to collectivize and regulate the process through which they contend for control of the state. They fund the persons and parties most likely to carry out their agenda, and even supply their campaigns and cabinets with loyal functionaries, lobbyists, bourgeois intellectuals, and other thinking representatives. The leading capitalist bloc since the 1940s in the US and globally is what is often referred to as Atlanticists. This is the international bloc of Euro-American capitalists that came together following the Second Imperialist World War to institutionalize their collective colonial capitalist world domination. They created the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, the United Nations, the UN, International Monetary Fund, or IMF, World Bank, and an assortment of trade and treaty organizations designed initially to frustrate Soviet Russia's development and influence, prevent Germany from arising anew as a separate contender for world domination, and keep the world's political economy from achieving a destabilizing anti-colonial radical departure. This is what the Atlanticists was about. Trump was not vetted by the ruling Atlanticist bloc because he was initially considered more as comic relief than as a real candidate. He received free publicity from ruling class media that his opponents would belatedly spend millions of dollars to acquire. Trump was also not primarily dependent on ruling class dollars to fund his campaign to the extent of his 2016 opponents. And although it appears he has far less money than he claims, he did have enough to run an effective presidential campaign at a time of massive dissatisfaction among the people, colonizer and colonizer alike. Trump was free of the direction and discipline by ruling class money and the lobbyists attached to it. He was not a part of the Atlanticist deal. He was therefore forced to run his campaign and define his issues in opposition to the so-called advice made available to other ruling class candidates. He was a reality show performer on his own. His obvious independence from the colonial ruling class and the fact that his was a candidacy that defined itself as against the system brought refreshing relief for much of the white colonizer population grown weary of economic decline and uncertainty, and the evident increasing loss of US imperialist prestige in the world. All these are things that contribute to the inherent value of whiteness. Trump's Make America Great Again slogan was clear to Africans. It was make America white again. Reverse the advance of Africans and the colonizers of the world. It was political reactionary intent on restoring imperialist Reed white prestige by returning to total unambiguous colonial domination of the world. Bernie Sanders, flying under the banner of the ruling Democratic Party, was the other candidate that most ignited the passions of the white or colonizer population. He also tapped into the popular discontent that now roils the political terrain within the US. While openly opposed to reparations to colonized African people, Sanders' campaign recognized the decay of the economic status of ordinary colonizers, healthcare, student loans, retirement pensions, education, the socially destabilizing wealth gap and income inequality among white people, etc. However, despite the fact that the progressive Sanders is compelled to call himself a socialist, the parasitic nature of the capitalist system means that, like white Trump supporters, the aspirations of Sanders supporters could only be satisfied at the expense of Africans and the colonized workers of the world. Both Trump colonizers and Sanders colonizers could only regain their status and stature within the existing system through deepening the oppressive exploitation of the colonized of the world. One inferred difference was that in the minds of some, Africans might receive collateral benefit from the so-called progressive program Sanders' white colonial socialism promised to colonizers. Today, the US colossus that has openly dominated the world as the preeminent imperialist power for more than 70 years since the end of the Second Imperialist World War is being exposed as the paper tiger Chinese revolutionaries once derided when China was a leading force in the struggle against colonial capitalist world hegemony. During these 7 decades, the US has functioned as the center of gravity for the imperialist system. It has been the defining political and economic power. Almost every capitalist country and its colonized dependent pay tribute, and to the extent possible, model their economic and political systems on those of the US. This, along with the evolving economic structures, is what is now often referred to as globalization. What is increasingly clear today is that the contradictions reflecting the deep crisis of this global social system of parasitism are concentrated in the US and represent an unraveling of colonial white power that is growing in visibility with each passing day. US power has been the glue that has held the global capitalist system together for almost a century. And with this decline in power and influence, the fissures of the entire global system are representative of the uneasy equilibrium we have defined before. The contest between the past and the future is heating up, and the African People's Socialist Party is leading the masses of the African nation and working class in pursuit of the future of socialist African liberation and unification. This is the future of the victorious proletariat of the world and our glorious march to the classless society known as communism. The generation-long US bloody and hopeless colonial occupation and war against the people of Afghanistan, the reemergence of Russia as a major force in international politics, the emergence of China as the preeminent global power, likely eclipsing the US and the white colonial world, contribute to profound demoralization of a sizable sector of the US and European population. Combined with the open defiance by much of the world to the continued parasitic relationship the US and Europe have imposed on them. It was almost unbearable to white US colonizers that lowly Iranians, Syrians, Iraqis, Palestinians, along with Venezuelans and people from throughout the so-called Americas and Africa would openly flout US white power with impunity. Here's how the notorious Francis Fukuyama described the crisis in a December 15, 2020 submission to the Wall Street Journal, and we quote, "The American failure to observe the rules and norms of its own democracy has constituted a big blow to democracy worldwide. Russia, which actually does stage rigged elections, has been chortling over Trump's accusation against the American system, while authoritarian rulers around the world have imitated Mr. Trump in dismissing critical media as purveyors of fake news. The COVID epidemic, by accelerating the pre-existing shift in the global economy's center of gravity away from North America and Europe toward Asia, has diminished America's relative weight in geopolitics," unquote. It should not be necessary to remind our comrades that this is the same Fukuyama who declared the end of history after the Soviet Union collapsed, since in his mind, the US liberal bourgeois system represented the apex of human possibilities. However, obviously, he has had to eat his words since that time. And even much of the revealing above quoted Wall Street Journal article includes his undiminished, obscenely obsolete worldview. Indeed, the second plenary of the 7th Congress of our party is convening at a time of extreme, intensive crisis for the colonial capitalist system that has grown to ensnare all the world since Portugal initiated the transatlantic trade of our people. This was the genesis of crisis within the crisis-ridden capitalist system. Let's see this again. Read this paragraph again. Indeed, the second plenary of the 7th Congress of our party, this plenary, is convening at a time of extreme, intensive crisis for the colonial capitalist system that has grown to ensnare all the world since Portugal initiated the transatlantic trade in our people. This was the genesis of crisis within the crisis-ridden capitalist system. The following excerpt from the political report to the 2020 plenary still correctly describes the worsened crisis of imperialism that continues to contextualize our revolutionary work. It represents an example of the urgency associated with our plenary theme and the class-based confusion of Fukuyama and other thinking representatives of colonial capitalism. Quote, imperialism, and this again goes back to the political report to the 2020 plenary. Imperialism is experiencing obvious disarray. The international bourgeoisie is split in 1,000 different ways. Raging wars and threats of war continue unabated. Traditional bourgeois alliances are under severe stress due to growing competition between parasitic international thieves for shrinking access to the colonial resources. They are fighting over resources violently extracted at the expense of our lives and freedoms and totally necessary for the continued success of the global capitalist system. The economic configuration of the world is undergoing transformation at this very moment. Trade wars between China and the US, the Brexit crisis that has paralyzed England politically and disrupted strategic assumptions of capitalist development in Europe and the world. The growing split between the wealthy North and poorer South threatening the future of Spain. The disruptive emergence of an energized and economically challenged Russia contesting US hegemony in the Middle East and upsetting the balance of forces in Europe and elsewhere. The audacious China that sometimes aligned with Russia is increasingly willing to openly contend with the US. These are just a few of the examples of an imperialism experiencing existential crisis. There are others. Korea, Iran, Iraq, Yemen, Afghanistan, most of the Americas. Uninformed and poorly led battles are raging across the African continent. This is complicated by the contest for economic and political advantages between China, the US, and former European colonizers. This is a contest that does not have the advantage of a fully developed, coherent African internationalist past 70 years. It is the center of the storm, wreaking havoc with imperialist unity internationally, in part because of domestic imperialist disunity. A naked battle is going on between the Trump regime and other sectors of the bourgeoisie, sometimes within his own regime. Trump's election failed to resolve the generally nonviolent battle for control of the state, which bourgeois elections are designed to do. This is the context we have characterized as an uneasy equilibrium. The task of our party is to tip the scales of history to the advance of both our readiness and unity to achieve the aims demanded of us at this moment. This is the context for our African Internationalist analysis of the deepening crisis of imperialism unfolding before our very eyes, minute by minute. Even before this election as US president, even before his election as US president in 2016, Donald Trump had already begun to sully the pristine reputation of the US presidential electoral process. He won the affection of millions of US settler colonialist voters by doing campaign debates by exposing his opponents as paid puppets of the rich, confessing that he had paid some himself. However, what Trump's election did not accomplish was the capture of control of the colonial state. The bureaucracy and arms of coercion, such as the military, intelligence, police, prison, and so-called criminal justice system. This meant that the electoral process failed to resolve this critical issue necessary for stable rule. The dominant sector of the colonial capitalist ruling class, having ruled the world for the last 70 years, immediately initiated war against Trump's administration in almost every way. The legitimacy of his election was challenged with the incessant claim that Russian intervention stole the election from Hillary Clinton, a proven terrorist and efficient representative of traditional bourgeois rule. Members of his administration were exposed, sometimes jailed, and otherwise discredited. In other words, Trump suffered the same process of defamation and discrediting that he has claimed to have used in disputing Biden's 2020 election. During the 2020 election campaign and after his defeat at the polls, Trump began to declare that the election was fraudulent, rigged. This was unprecedented. The president of the US avowing that the presidential election was phony. For a while after his election defeat, Trump promoted the rumor that he might not voluntarily leave the White House upon legal completion of his term. The president of the United States was saying that the US electoral process, the primary feature of US democracy that is historically held over the heads of colonized countries the world over, is a sham. This was a major indictment of US representative legitimacy, especially coming from the US president. The turnout for the 2020 presidential election was the highest in over 100 years. More than 65% of registered voters in the US participated in the highly polarized presidential election. Donald Trump received the second highest vote of any presidential candidate in US history, second only to Biden, who was credited with 80 million or more votes and got the highest number of votes in US history. The fact that Trump received an estimated 57% of the white colonizer vote similar to his 2016 tally, speaks volumes about how the crisis of imperialism is articulating itself domestically within the U.S. Contributing to the crisis is the fact that many Africans experience the white colonizer vote for Trump as a vote against Africans. At least half the people in the US, mostly white, mostly colonizers, are now convinced that the election was stolen from Trump and from them. Their passionate conviction was on display for days during and after the election in protest demonstrations in a number of states. Post-election pro-Trump protests resulted in at least one person being shot and several others stabbed even before January 6th. Even so, this is not prognosticators and some intelligence agencies. All hell broke out in the US Capitol on January 6th, the day the US Congress was to certify the election of Biden. Thousands of white people responded to Trump's call to come to Washington, D.C. and to lead the people in the fight for the future of the US against Biden's congressional certification. And fight they did, successfully breaching the security pretensions and actually taking the Capitol. Pictures of mobs desecrating the presumptuous bastion of US authority and democracy resemble those seen in the aftermath of US-initiated coups against other countries. Demonstrably, the democratic masses were involved in overturning furniture, decor, and reigning despotism, perched feet up at the desk of illegitimate thugs in power. However, how this happened is one of the issues that must be resolved by the ruling class in a manner that masks the depth of the crisis. The ruling class is trying to convince the world that the crisis is contained while still struggling to contain the wrath of the US white settler population. Trump's claim of a soft coup against his regime and the general belief within the ruling Republican Party and the white colonial population that it is true, and the surfacing of armed, organized white nationalist colonialists who genuinely believe that Trump's electoral defeat marks the end of Western or white civilization, promise a rocky road ahead for President Biden and for US political stability altogether. The unprecedented declaration by the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the heads of all military forces, that the military stands with the election of Biden and is intolerant of riots, was obviously necessary to calm the fears of US government leaders, especially those of the Congress, whose filthiness was palpable in every breathless interview given following the attack on the Capitol. But it was also necessary to assure the peoples and governments of the world that the US government was secure, while at the same time publicly reinforcing the justification for neutralizing Trump as the leader of the attack on the Capitol. On January 31st, 1 week after the attack on the Capitol, the US House of Representatives initiated impeachment proceedings against Trump. The first time in US history that a US president has been impeached twice. Troop deployment was also beefed up at the Capitol with up to 25,000, more than 30,000 troops at Biden's January 20 inauguration. The significance of this deployment is helped by recognizing that this number is up to 5 times greater than the number of US troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. War on the home front, crisis on steroids. Even after the traditional method of determining the victor of US presidential elections, which declared Joe Biden, Trump's opponent from the ruling Democratic Party, US president-elect, Trump and many others refused to accept the decision. Scores of lawsuits were filed by Trump to have results thrown out that did not favor his reelection. Officials from Trump's Republican Party who had the temerity to defend the legitimacy of the system faced the public wrath of Trump, and at least one was fired from his administration. Up to this day, Trump has refused to abide by the longstanding tradition of losing candidacy concessions as one of the means to support stability and confidence in the notion of US peaceful transfer of power from one capitalist representative to another. Whatever. What we must keep in mind is the truth that the attack by US colonizers on the colonial government is an attack on a government that is always attacking the domestically colonized African population. Colonialism, by definition, is violent, and it does not matter whether the colonizer is liberal or conservative, right-wing or otherwise. It is colonialism, the domination of our people for economic gain and political advantage by a foreign and alien power. Our party's response to the perennial clamor about the need to turn the struggle of African people into one against fascism was addressed in Vanguard, the political report to the 7th Congress in 2018. Here's some of what we had to say then that continues to hold true. We said, quote, there are some liberals who would have us engaged in an unrelenting fight against fascism that they see as in the utterings and actions of Trump. However, we never forget that we are colonized and that democratic colonialism is still colonialism. The fascism feared by whites and liberals look very much like colonialism Africans have experienced in this country for centuries. Europeans are accustomed to the experience of bourgeois democracy, which has the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. For colonized people, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is raw and obvious all the time through the violence of the state and the general white population, as well as the arbitrary denial of civil and democratic rights of the colonized. What Europeans call fascism is the point when the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie experienced all the time by Africans and other colonized people challenges the veneer of bourgeois democracy enjoyed by white people, the settlers. The liberals would have us turn our backs on the liberation of our people and the colonized peoples of the world to come to rescue the liberal democratic colonialism. The struggle against fascism serves a sector of the white ruling class and colonial society, but for African people, it only maintains our self-defeating right, our self-defeating fight to make white people like us and to stop the police from killing and imprisoning us. The struggle against fascism is in many ways similar to the fight against racism, in that it struggles to find a safe place within colonialism. It is a struggle that protects the colonial capitalist relationship that we have with imperialist white power. It is a struggle that unites us with one sector of colonial power against another and does absolutely nothing to destroy colonialism. This is reminiscent of now deceased activist and poet Amiri Baraka when he expressed concern in 2008 that African and other left a refusal to support Obama's election would open the door to fascism in a way similar to the rise of Hitler in Germany during the 1930s. First of all, many Africans have recognized over the years that what happened to European Jews at the hands of Nazi Germany follows on the heels of an accepted, normalized practice of genocide against African, indigenous, Arab, and Asian peoples for hundreds of years by Europeans in the process of imposing slavery and colonialism on the majority of humanity, the process of building parasitic capitalism. The tendency to compare our situation with fascism in Nazi Germany and elsewhere is erroneous and outrageous when considering the murder, terror, torture, and exploitation of Africans that exploitation of Africans have endured at the hands of our white so-called democratic colonizers for the past 600 years. It is worth noting that with all the terror and brutality Africans have faced since our introduction to European democracy, it took the emergence of Mussolini and Hitler and the attack on the rights of white people for a special designation called fascism to suddenly become necessary. When proto-fascist repression did appear in the US in the 1950s in what is called the McCarthy era, with a reign of terror backed by popular support from the general white population chasing the Communist Party underground and almost into extinction, it was the colonized African population whose struggle for democracy kept the society open. Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, Rosa Parks, and an army of Africans living near starvation and suffering every imaginable deprivation were the forces that not only defeated US fascism, but forged new definition of democracy onto the agenda of the US. Africans would still be on plantations buck dancing for a slimy non-fascist democratic white nationalist social system, and every white person who so demanded had those aforementioned Africans tremble from the fear of fascism. The designer character of the term is even more obvious when we search for a definition of fascism. While there are many, including some identified as scientific or Marxist, it is clear that there is not a satisfactory a priori definition. Fascism has become a pejorative, something that defines some trait of the phenomena once it appears, but fascism is incapable of being defined scientifically in a way that would help us to know it before it arrives. It is notable that the ubiquitous murder, imprisonment, and police containment of the African population is never defined as fascism. These conditions are seen by the white population as normal. It is only when the features of the normal existence of a colonized people begin to intrude into the existence of whites or the so-called larger society, the term fascism comes into play. At that point, the colonized are called on to choose between fascist colonialism or non-fascist democratic colonialism. Amilcar Cabral, a leader of the revolutionary movement to defeat Portuguese colonialism in Guinea-Bissau, West Africa, stated in response to a Portuguese leftist position that defeat of fascism inside Portugal, something the Portuguese left saw as primary to their interests, would come with the defeat of colonialism led by African liberation movement in Portuguese colonies. That, according to Cabral, quote, "We must reaffirm clearly that while being opposed to all fascism, our people are not fighting Portuguese fascism. We are fighting Portuguese colonialism. The destruction of fascism in Portugal must be the work of the Portuguese people themselves. The destruction of Portuguese colonialism will be the work of our people. While the fall of fascism in Portugal might lead to the end of Portuguese colonialism, and this hypothesis has been put forward by some Portuguese opposition leaders, we are certain that the elimination of Portuguese colonialism will bring about the destruction of Portuguese fascism. Through our liberation struggle, we are making an effective contribution toward the defeat of Portuguese fascism and giving the Portuguese people the best possible proof of our solidarity. This factor is a cause of pride to our people who hope for the same solidarity from the Portuguese people," unquote. Like Africans in what was then Portuguese Africa, Africans in the US and around the world are also fighting against colonialism. This is something that Baraka and the anti-fascist alarmists have not understood. The concern expressed about fascism is one that would keep the struggle of our liberation locked into a fight against fascism by supporting one or another of the non-fascist ruling class parties or personalities. The fight against fascism is a fight to maintain the capitalist imperialist status quo, unquote. So ultimately, fascism is a form of the capitalist state in the same way that democracy is a form of the state. Both forms of the capitalist state, like capitalism itself, requires colonialism for their survival and well-being. When we say this, there are those who accuse the party of being insensitive to the threat fascism presents to democracy. Such is not the case at all. We do recognize that when the colonial capitalist system is under severe stress, it is capable of making major assaults on the democratic rights of its citizens. However, colonialism is a major assault on the democratic rights of the colonized all the time, not just during times of stress. Nevertheless, the assault on the democratic rights of our people, of the colonized, is never characterized as fascism. This understanding is related to our recognition that when Marx talks about primitive accumulation, he does so only as it relates to the development of Europe. Primitive accumulation is the means by which Marx objectified the rest of us and kept the activity of looting, rape, and pillage of colonialism as representative of development of human society. And I should put that in quotes. When we talk about what happened to African people, we are talking about something quite different. The start-up of capitalism and European development is more than what Marx called primitive accumulation. Colonialism became the mode of production that gave birth to capitalism and sustains it today. When you look at the origin of the system, it is essential. Its essential nature is not phenomenally different from when it expresses itself in the form called fascism. When so-called fascism arises, white people are experiencing features of what capitalism is and was when it was forged through the colonialist project. Democracy is the ability of the capitalist class to obscure the cloak from white people's sight. The democracy is the ability of the capitalist class to obscure and cloak from white people's sight the anti-democratic violence that gave rise to its prominence. Bourgeois democracy is colonial democracy by another name. The real problem with so-called fascism for many white people is when features of colonialism represent a perceived threat to sectors of the colonizer population. The definitive reference to this threat is the Jewish experience in Europe, and especially in Germany. It is only an aberration for the colonizers when they experience a glimpse of the system as it is experienced by the colonized majority population of the world. It is this lack of clarity that allows many, especially Marxists, to describe the ruthless exploitation of African and other colonized peoples as quote unquote super projects, when in reality, these are not super projects, but they are the normal profits of capitalism not experienced by the colonizers, who indeed have a super relationship to capitalist exploitation. It is not super, that's the way it works. It doesn't work that way for white people because they are part of a minority population of colonial settlers who benefit from the colonial system. When white people fight against fascism, they are fighting for continued colonial domination in competition between sectors of the colonizers for control of our stolen resources. You can see this flaw in the concept of primitive accumulation. The question of fascism is not about Africans and the colonized, it's about Europe and Europeans. The colonial violence experienced by African people has never been a factor in the worldview of the colonizers. Where we are now is a new place historically, unleashing the colonial peoples of the world and overturning the whole damn colonial narrative. So, as we quoted above from the article by Cooley and Nixon earlier, the crisis is not cyclical, it is permanent. We have reached the extremity of US decline as the defining colonial capitalist power in the world. The class and national polarization revealed by the 2016 US presidential election have always been present. The US success in murdering, slandering, and imprisoning millions of African people, along with other aspects of counterinsurgency that assassinated and imprisoned our leaders, pumped debilitating drugs into our community as a life and morale destroying economic vacuum, sucking billions of dollars from our colonized community to be pumped into the bellies, fridges, and bank accounts of the colonizers, cloak the true nature of the system to the world, including the colonizers and the colonized. Now the proverbial chickens have come home to roost, and the built-in contradictions of a world and worldview resting on a foundation of colonial capitalist oppression are proving more devastating than the improvised explosive devices or IEDs that bedevil the US military colonial occupiers in the Middle East. The crisis of the colonial capitalist system represents the rot and decay of global parasitism, and it is explosive inside the US. The lives of ordinary colonizers, just plain white folks, will never be the same again. Economic crisis will continue essentially unabated. The anti-colonial work of our party is only one of the factors that guarantees this. Peoples the world over must, as a condition for continued existence, fight to regain control of our ability to produce life for ourselves. Whether in Afghanistan, Venezuela, North St. Louis, Missouri, in the US, in all the Americas, including indigenous peoples, and on the entire continent of Africa, and wherever we are located, the African nation is being made increasingly aware of the relationship of our forced dispersal and the conditions in which we find ourselves wherever we are located. These contradictions are the basis of the inevitability of unending struggle. They are the basis of the current uneasy equilibrium that is tilting every day in favor of the future, in favor of the destruction of colonial capitalist social system, the liberation and unification of Africa, and the advent of socialism on a global scale. The global contest between the colonized and the colonizer is sharpening within the US. Millions of white people, colonizers, are politically mobilized around a naked, non-pretentious, uncamouflaged, pro-colonialist worldview. It is a worldview that has its basis in an objective relationship that exists between the colonizers whose well-being and future are predicated on the merciless deprivation of life and well-being for Africans. The contradictions of US white settler colonialism have been thrust to the surface by the permanent fight of the indigenous peoples against ongoing encroachment on the paltry land and other resources left by settler colonialism under their nominal authority. The ludicrous fight over immigration rights, as it's called, is also connected to land theft of over half of Mexico and neocolonial and other imperialist policies and relationships being contested throughout the so-called Americas. Many colonized Mexicans correctly proclaim, we didn't cross the border crossed us. The strategic location of domestically colonized Africans in the US has been a powerful impetus for the crisis of imperialism that is being experienced by ordinary colonizers, especially from lower and so-called middle-class citizens of the settler colonial state. 6 years after the seminal August 9, 2014 uprising of Africans in St. Louis, Ferguson, Missouri, the May 25, 2020 African rebellion sparked by the brutal murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota, unleashed protests and uprisings unprecedented in US history, pushing people of all nationalities in the US to spontaneous open opposition to US domestic policies and traditions. The reawakening of the African giant that had previously been beaten and jailed into a presumed state of unorganized stupor has shattered the facade of social peace that has enveloped US society since the general defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s. Comrades, it is our party that has successfully assumed the responsibility at the helm of this reawakened movement. It is we who represent the will and direction of the struggle of African workers of the world to unite and organize for the long overdue conquest of power and unification that is called for by this plenary. We must win. We are winning. We are everywhere. African people in our vanguard party. African internationalism is a theory of practice requiring active intervention in life. The cumulative activity of the party globally is having a profound effect on our struggle for the liberation and unification of African people under the leadership of the party. The advanced detachment of our colonized nation, brutally oppressed indefatigable working class. The solidarity of the African nation is being won and led through the political work of our party globally. This is actively exacerbating the instability, general crisis, and decline of the colonial capitalist socialist system. Africa was crucial to the emergence of the colonial capitalist system and is necessary for its ongoing capacity. While more and more predators are being drawn into the life-extracting economic fray fighting to continue bleeding the colonized, the growing influence of the African People's Socialist Party continues to deepen the imperialist crisis. Clearly we are winning. The African Socialist International is on the ground in Africa. The work of Secretary General Louisa Kinshasa is rapidly pushing this process forward after many years of struggle and ups and downs. It is impossible to say too much about the steady and patient leadership that Carmen Louisa has provided for the development of the African Socialist International with the work throughout Europe and on the continent of Africa itself. The significance of our foothold in occupied zones do not report on our work because they created the conventional perception that all events will be measured by the electoral process established by the white colonizers. For them, like most global observers, it is the militant activism that flares up with the neocolonial capitalist state electoral system that is the critical determinant factor. Our party has always recognized that African people organized under the independent leadership of the advanced detachment of the working class will decide the future of our people and nation, not the neocolonial capitalist democratic electoral system. This distinguishes our party from the first president of independent Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, who made an error in assuming that the liberation and unification of Africa and our nation could be achieved by agreement between neocolonial heads of state whose economic and political relevance depended on upholding the colonial capitalist social system. This is why we are African internationalists and not Pan-Africanists. We recognize that our Africa will be liberated and united through the informed, independent expression of our collective will by the masses of African people under the revolutionary leadership of our party. It is the only way. Our work in occupied Tanzania therefore has added significance because it is the launchpad of our regional work on the entire African continent. Our party has had a presence on the African continent for a long time. Among other places, we have done organizing work in Sierra Leone, in Ghana, Kenya, Namibia, and in South Africa going back many years. However, it has been most recent period that we have established a party and our unadulterated African internationalist worldview on the ground with the presence of the African People's Socialist Party occupied Azania. We are in the townships, out of the view of most ruling class and liberal media. Our party is in various townships through our mass organizations. We are spreading advanced revolutionary theory among the most dispossessed sectors of the African population. NPDOM, NWO, and APDEP are all there, existing and organizing with varying degrees of efficacy and stability. We are there among the masses of our people who our theory teaches us are central to making the revolutionary struggle for power in the hands of the African working class. We are not to be confused with trade unionism, which at best limits the struggle of the workers to accomplish better deals at the point of production. Never mind the fact that the so-called point of production is located on the pedestal of African colonialism and requires the extraction of our human and material resources for its success. In contrast, African internationalism educates and organizes the African working class to take power, to become the new ruling class, which is the definition of socialism properly understood. In addition, an additional value of our party's work in occupied Azania is the role delegated to our South African party chairman, Tafari Mugere, to build and lead the party's work throughout Africa, where our presence is rapidly expanding. Sometimes this results in the creation of party members and organizations in various locations. Sometimes we have only held members for a short period of time, but in every instance, the method of our recruitment process has resulted in sowing the fertile seeds of African internationalism and introducing to the consciousness of Africans everywhere that our party is here. We are now in Chad, Nigeria, Mali, Uganda, Tanzania, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Sierra Leone, South Africa, and other places with greater or lesser degrees of effectiveness. The magnitude of the party's organized presence in occupied Azania is expressed in its successful function as the hub of our African work. The work we do in Africa now has the benefit of on-the-ground organization and leadership that assumes responsibility for its success. The formal declaration of our party to build the African Socialist International occurred 40 years ago at the first Congress of the African People's Socialist Party in September 1981. This was the bold move that helped to separate the party from Pan-African and other pro-independence organizations within the US and globally. The political and ideological struggle surrounding our ASI work was part of the process of forging the party as the advanced detachment, the custodian of the international African liberation movement. This was also part of the process of fighting to provide a revolutionary theory for the struggle of our people. It represented the understanding of the party that philosophical coherence and ideological clarity were urgently necessary to liberate Africa and our people globally. It is this process of ideological and political struggle that continues to be essential for our national liberation at the advent of the socialist world led by the workers in arms. Our ESI work gives a concrete reality to our African internationalist theory, and is the only reason it is possible to speak of an African liberation movement as distinct from the inherently opportunist work of the Pan-Africanists and others. And just moving, briefly from like the script that you have, is that there are a lot of hustlers and people who pretend to love Africa, who pretend to want the betterment of Africa, and who hang around the periphery of the party and steal words and phrases that would be used to take people off point. And rather than draw people to the revolution, take people, Africans, away from the revolution. They are people who would take concepts and even some forms that we utilize. These are concepts and forms which were forged through actual struggle, through actual presence, practice. And so you have these revisionists, hustlers, careerists, who have no interest in liberating Africa, but getting more likes on social media. And it is something that is disconcerting because their objective is to try and get in front of the party using party language and some of the concepts that we put forward. And the big problem here, of course, is that young Africans are looking for real solutions. And these creatures that I'm talking about, they recognize in the party real solutions. And but they are not the party. They are not African internationalists. They are petty bourgeois opportunists, revisionists, who would take the party's utterance, the party's theory and what have you, and would try to use them to fight the party for leadership of the African masses in a way that takes the people nowhere. They are those who would use the red, black, and green to fight the red, black, and green. So that's not who we are talking about. We are the party. We are the advanced attachment. That's why the hustlers who will attach themselves to us in some way or another in order to try and burnish their own reputations and build their own careers, but they do so at the expense of the African Revolution. So back to the page 33, where I just departed, and which is the second paragraph from the bottom. Initially, we scoured the earth looking for African revolutionary organizations that would join with us to create the ASI. Through the years, we were forced to conclude that our regular organizing trips throughout Europe and Africa were going up against the dregs of international African opportunism. We saw that we, the African People's Socialist Party, would have to assume full responsibility for building the revolutionary party of the African working class globally, or as Marcus Garvey might have said, universally. One contradiction we have encountered throughout all our revolutionary work is so obvious that we have given too little attention to it. That contradiction is theory. We have always struggled against all underlying presumptions of social reality with no actual real foundation of life. The fact is that Africa and Africans are the primary basis for the existing social system, not melanin. We are not just pitiful people who are horribly treated in society. We are the very foundation of the society that we criticize. Capitalism has its origin in colonial slavery. The comparative genius attributed to Europe or the so-called civilized or superior white man is a fallacy, an assumption born of colonial slavery. The prevailing global assumption of white supremacy, as it's called, though not always expressed directly, stems logically from a global superstructure of ideas and legal systems originating from the global capitalist economic base of society formed on colonialism. As African internationalists, we are absolutely confident that Africa and Africans are key to the destruction of the capitalist parasite. There is no shortcut. African revolution under the leadership of the African working class is the way forward. This is the revolution that is struggling for expression everywhere Africans are located in the world, notwithstanding their consciousness of this fact. Our party is the only vehicle for forging an international African consciousness and the revolutionary organization to provide this consciousness in concrete form. This is African internationalism and the African Socialist International. Only we are doing this. This is why we always mean something different than Black militants and left-wing colonizers when addressing the issues of Africa and African people, the colonizers of the world and the world of colonizers. Our first formal initiative to build the ASI occurred on November 15, 1982, the day following our historic first World Tribunal on Reparations for African People in the US. Among others present were representatives from Barbados, Senegal, Congo, and South Africa. And this may have been actually November 16th or 17th, because the day following the World Tribunal, we pulled together the African National Reparations Organization, and then I think it was that the ASI conference happened. For a while, there was some limited work by various forces committed to building the ASI. For example, we were alerted to the pending October 25th, 1983 US invasion of Grenada by comrades in Barbados, one of the US staging grounds. But it would be some years later that the party would solidify the ASI organizationally. There continues to be some hiccups in this work to build the party internationally. Africans from a number of countries in Europe and Africa have been in and out of the process, but we do have a process. Like the other fronts of our party work, the ASI is committed to implementing the regional strategy that will continue to build our party globally. This will provide, for the first time in history, revolutionary cadre organized in a single organization, establishing the advanced detachment on the several continents where Africans are located. We are the whirlwind that Garvey predicted would represent his ideological, political, and organizational presence following his US imprisonment and 1927 banishment by deportation to Jamaica, the island of his birth. We are 21st century Garveyites who have the benefit of the lessons provided by his work and experience. My political report, adopted by the 2017 plenary, helps inform our understanding of the significance of the ASI as a concrete expression of African internationalism. It is critical that we review this extensive excerpt, keeping in mind that African internationalism is a theory of practice, a theory with a plan. And this is the quote from the 2017 plenary. Quote, "The demand by African people for national liberation is the demand that recognizes the fact that we are colonized, that the African nation as a whole lives under foreign domination. We have been waging this concerted struggle for 600 years, since the Portuguese invasion that initiated the capture and enslavement of African people in 1415. Because the African nation has been forcibly dispersed throughout the world, the struggle for national liberation has naturally traveled with us as part of the process that gave rise to the capitalist system as a worldwide system. The concentrated self-conscious struggle for African national liberation reached its apex under the leadership of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Associations and African Communities League in the first quarter of the 20th century, informed by the slogan, Africa for Africans at home and abroad. What will a liberated Africa look like? Since that time, after many setbacks, serious class-based battles within the African community and the establishment of neocolonialism as a generalized condition for African people, we were forced to look beyond national liberation to the question of the kind of society we are fighting for and to identify the social forces necessary to achieve it. Africa, a once free people existing within our own independent economies in Africa, have been transformed into commodities, first capital, and producers of capital, first workers, within a social system defined by the relationship between capitalist production and producers, resting on a foundation of slavery and colonial domination of peoples and territories. Capital. National liberation under the leadership of the African petty bourgeoisie leaves in place a system of exploitation. African toilers, producers, continue to be exploited under the aegis of a domestic flag, which may even be, as in Libya, a red, black, and green flag. To be victorious, our revolution must take place under the leadership of the African working class. This is the role of the African People's Socialist Party, the advanced detachment, general staff of the African working class. Only the African working class, aligned with other toilers, especially the poor peasants, has a stake in destroying the entire system of exploitation and all of its attendant structures, including the artificial borders that exploit Africa, but functions as the incubator for the reproduction of the neocolonial petty bourgeoisie as a class and social force. Only the African working class is compelled to fight for the destruction of class society and the exploitation that produced it. Under the independent revolutionary leadership of the African working class, organized under African internationalist principles, victory will mean the defeat of foreign imperialists and their domestic minions. It will mean that the toilers, the workers and poor peasants in particular, will become the new temporary ruling class, the custodians of the means of production now owned and controlled by capitalists, mostly foreign. Liberation under the leadership of African internationalists informed workers, organized in the African People's Socialist Party, will mean the end of economic exploitation. And once the imperialists and African petty bourgeois and neocolonials have been crushed, the end of all exploitation. This means that African women who will play a fundamental role in the liberation of our Africa will rise to full stature with all the rights and authority this infers. This means a major assault will be made against all restrictions on the rights of women that hide under the flimsy and in most cases false mask of tradition. nor will African liberation under the leadership of the African working class tolerate social, economic, and political oppression of sectors of the African nation and working class because of spurious bourgeois morality. We condemn the morality and relations that permit Europeans, white people, imperialists, corporations, and countries and neo-colonial thugs to exploit our people's lives and resources in Africa, and to flaunt laws protecting sovereignty, the environment, and customs with impunity while attacking African people and the working class based on sexual orientation or relations between same gender-loving individuals. The liberated African worker state will only oppress the imperialists and the neo-colonialists who have surrendered Africa's future to them. We will call on the entire African working class and all African patriots to rise up against all who would divide the nation and the working class based on the false contradictions of sexual identity, ethnic identity, and regional and religious differences. The African revolution that liberates and unites Africa and African people under the leadership of African internationalism, the organized, conscious, and victorious leadership of the African working class will be the death knell of imperialist white power and capitalism as a world economy. It will finally allow for the African workers to take social possession of the means of production. Our victory will mean the entire process of production, mining, building, manufacturing, shipping, distribution, etc., will occur through workers' councils throughout the production process. This will guarantee safety and creativity throughout. Workers will not approve going into mines that are unsafe, and improvement in the productive process will not be motivated by profit that has no regard for safety and proficiency otherwise, but by the needs and aspirations of workers as producers and consumers. Additionally, because the state of the African economy, smothered by whims and requirements of imperialist white power, has minimal industrial development, much of the lackluster economic life is centered in the countryside. The African internationalist revolution will be the first major step in the world in resolving the contradiction between the city and countryside. The full rapid development of Africa will require it. We will have to reorganize the African economy, destroying all borders into a full-fledged anti-colonial economy. Today's economic activity in Europe is tied to the interests of foreign imperialist exporters. Every bit of food grown or not grown, every factory, every decision to develop a diamond, gold, iron, or bauxite mine instead of production that satisfies our needs is imperialist driven. It has been the imperialist driven economy that has forced so many African men, women, and children from the artificially created cruel conditions of the countryside into unsanitary and overcrowded cultural crushing cities. The African working class, as a transitory ruling class, will organize production based on the real needs of the people rather than the contrived, profit-driven, and profit-motivated needs of the capitalists. Collective housing, neighborhood councils with the power to solve domestic problems, efficient public transportation, African educational system, literacy eradicating campaigns, centers for music, cultural development, and socializing, birthing programs, and socialist care for our elderly, time and centers for reflection, revolutionary rehabilitation programs, barefoot doctors deployed into the community as in China and as in Cuba, and as in the other places where the work of the APDEP occurs under the leadership of the party. Places where lovers can go for privacy will become ordinary features of life, overturn the horrible day-to-day grind that characterizes our reality today. Even the form of the family will be reorganized under the dictatorship of the African worker state. It will allow adults to enter into agreements of relationships that are free from economic compulsion. Women will be assured economic independence, so financial duress will not be a factor that determines their commitment to a relationship nor enslaves their emotions. The immediate role of the African worker state will be to function as a protector of society against incestuous, exploitative, and oppressive relationships and their consequences. African men and women can determine whatever arrangements they contract among themselves with the state functioning as arbiters, only until the time when the rule of habit and tradition. It returns the rule of the state that becomes unnecessary in human affairs. Our party also has a deep commitment to the well-being of our African children, recognizing that under the system of parasitic capitalism, our children live with daily trauma. They are demeaned, locked up, and gunned down by the colonial police and tormented in the white school system. The APSP follows in the footsteps of the African Revolution in Haiti, whose victory in 1804 produced a progressive constitution that for the first time in history abolished all notions of an illegitimate child and pledged a commitment to the nurturing and protection of every child. The African adage declaring the role of the village in raising a child will be given new life. Women will be freed from the burden as isolated individual primary care child caregivers. The family now becomes the society in a relationship that has the force of law and collective resources of the people that have been liberated from their role as so-called surplus under private ownership within the capitalist system. This means the institution of state-funded and administered nurseries and child care collectors that benefit parents and children in a manner that could never happen under colonial capitalist society developed through the commodification of African parents and children. Parents and the community at large will be able to engage in a stress-free, non-competitive relationship with our children. The African International Liberation and Unification of Africa and Africans worldwide will be the major blow to destroy the entire capitalist system that was an outgrowth of colonialism. It will be the fundamental instrument in the emergence of world socialism, providing the defining direction of the world economy. The achievement of African international socialism will be the essential force in the achievement of permanent world peace, easily understood when it is recognized that most wars are fought by states contending with each other and with peoples for profit generation markets and resources. We will replace capitalist competition with socialist cooperation, something not possible before now. Le Duan was Secretary General of the Communist Party of Vietnam with the responsibility of delivering the political report to their fourth Congress in late December of 1976. In his political report, Le Duan spoke of the possibilities of the socialist worker state after the conquest of national liberation. And quoting Le Duan, "Now that our motherland has recovered complete independence, national independence and socialism have become one." Le Duan continued, "Only under socialism can the age-old dreams of the working people come true, i.e. liberation from oppression, exploitation, poverty, and backwardness, a life in plenty with an assured tomorrow, a civilized and happy life. Only socialism can bring to the working people the full right to mastery and restore genuine human dignity of man, enabling him to be the real master of society, of nature, and of himself. Under socialism, our motherland will have a modern economy, advanced culture and science, strong national defense, thereby ensuring our country's eternal independence, freedom, and ever more prosperous development. Only socialism can bring about the unification of our motherland at the highest and fullest degree in the fields of territory, political and moral life, economy, culture, society, as well as in the field of rights and duties, thereby fostering the solidarity and sincere and deep mutual love between all members of society. There will be no forced idleness under post-liberated socialist construction in Africa and abroad. The work to build adequate infrastructure, housing, and schools, to electrify our cities and countryside, to grow food and purify water and eradicate disease and the deadly mosquito are just some of the tasks guaranteed to offer full employment for our people for years to come. Of course, I've left Le Duan now. This is productive labor that serves the people instead of bourgeois profit. This is productive labor that cannot happen under colonialist capitalism that grinds down and demoralizes the worker and humiliates the African colonial subject. Capitalist production functions on the basis of stolen land and peoples. It is production that only pays workers and toilers for their ability to produce, never for what we produce. Never for what we produce. The difference in the two is what capitalists refer to as surplus value or profit. The capitalist keeps their surplus for himself. Never works or produces anything. The African worker state can only come into existence by the workers destroying the colonial base of capitalist production, replacing the oppressive state of the colonial capitalists and transforming surplus value into social wealth to provide for the well-being of society. This is how the African worker state will provide free healthcare, education, housing, childcare, etc. for the toiling masses through expropriating the stolen resources from the colonialist capitalists, destroying the system of private ownership and social production, and creating a system of social ownership and social production. In a word, socialism, the early stage of communism. This is the new world we are fighting for in this party. It is not a world to be achieved through reforming police departments or improving police community relations within the US or anywhere else. It is not something that can be achieved by a $15 per hour minimum wage for workers in general over a period of years. We will have to make a revolution under the leadership of the advanced detachment of the African working class, guided by the advanced theory of African internationalism to initiate the world free from economic slavery and colonial oppression. This is why we must fight to put revolution on the political agenda for our people once again. So, in the wake of the resistance following the police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota on May 25th, 2020, the Solidarity Front of the African People's Socialist Party in the wake of the resistance following the police murder of, I'm trying to make sure I keep up with the time. That's why I turn away from time to time. In the wake of the resistance following the police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota on May 25th, 2020, the Solidarity Front of the African People's Socialist Party held extremely successful protest demonstrations against the white colonizer population. During these months, more than 10,000 demonstrations led or mobilized by African resistance were held, and thousands of white people, many of whom had never taken a stand before, came out to make their voices heard. The Uhuru Solidarity Movement, USM, held well-attended reparations rallies throughout the US in May, along with several rallies to make Wall Street pay reparations. In October, USM held a national march for reparations to African people in 6 cities. Even the face of white nationalist political polarization revealed by Trump's election and the political atmosphere surrounding it, our party's strategy has begun fracturing the unity of the colonizer population, galvanizing many white people on the side of reparations under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. In January, and this is not to be confused with some phony kind of, what they call it, some kind of solidarity component that, just have white people, who are there, decided. This is, some of the stuff that happens, when people would take different projects of the African People's Socialist Party or components of it, and as opposed to doing what they ought to do if they really believe in it, is join the party or try to. Most of them would not make it as members of the party, but they would try to take these concepts and jump in front of the party to lead masses of people astray, to lead them from the revolution. But this is who we are. This is who we've been for a long time. The work that we've done with the Solidarity Movement goes all the way back to 1976, I think it was. Anyway, we say in January, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement held an important organizing conference that is building for the public reparations legacy conference slated for June 2021, targeting white people with access to colonial capitalist social wealth. This work by whites from the colonizer nation functions within our structure and under our direct leadership in the forms of the African People's Solidarity Committee, APSC, and USM. Through the Solidarity Front alone, the party has an active anti-colonial presence in more than 150 cities in the US. Generally speaking, our solidarity forces are politically sound and growing more ideologically developed every day. Their work, especially around the issue of reparations, defines the essence of real class struggle for white people, for the colonizers. And this is critical to understand. We say, generally speaking, our solidarity forces are politically sound and growing more ideologically developed every day. Their work, especially around the issue of reparations, defines the essence of real class struggle for white people, for the settler colonialists, for the colonizers. This is class struggle centered in the African internationalist understanding that the essential class struggle is actually located in the colonial contradiction. This is an additional contribution we have made to the struggle against colonial capitalism. The African People's Socialist Party has answered the question, what about the white people? A question that has long plagued socialist-led anti-colonial revolutionary struggles. What we have done around this question in theory and in practice has been reflected in political reports to our congresses and plenaries throughout the years. Through this critical work, our party has provided the key to the ideological lock that chains ordinary colonizers to their colonialist ruling class. While all whites are colonizers, because all white people sit on the pedestal of the oppression of Africans and other colonized peoples, African internationalism allows whites to refuse to be colonialists or conscious agents of the colonial system in unity with their ruling class. The African People's Socialist Party has provided them the ideological and organizational means through which they can pursue this war against the colonialist bourgeoisie under the leadership of the advanced detachment of the working class. This is the essence of class struggle for the colonizers and ultimately for the colonized. As I wrote in the political report to the 2020 plenary, quote, the solidarity movement under our leadership continues to improve the party's projection of our philosophical, political, organizational, and strategic thrust into the arena of the colonizer nation itself. This work intensifies our contest for capturing anti-colonial, political, philosophical, organizational, and economic territory behind enemy lines, so to speak. And, quote, a product of the party's philosophy and struggle to transform our communities of the African colony into bastions of conscious anti-colonial resistance, the party's solidarity movement contributes to fracturing the territorial integrity of the US North American colonial state. Our regional strategy, now extending into the white population, enhances our organizational capacity to seize, hold, and develop territory. This is how colonial capitalism will be defeated. This is how theory is concretized by practice, unquote. So we say, the January 6th mass assault by whites on the US Capitol building, the location of the legislative branch of the US domestic colonial government was instructive for many reasons. One of the things we recognize is that whatever the political outlook of the insurrectionists, it was the legislative front of the colonial government that came under attack by colonizers, all. One of the things we recognize is that whatever the political outlook of the insurrectionists, it was the legislative front of the colonial government that came under attack by colonizers, all. The government under attack is a government that attacks Africa and the colonized all the time, regardless of which colonial party is formally in power. The ease with which they were able to capture the seat of Congress was due in part to the fact that they were of a colonizer population. And the US colonial capitalist state is geared primarily to oppress the colonized, not the colonizer. But the colonizers who attacked the Congress are among the millions who are at odds with the status quo, apparently represented by the two ruling parties and the governing institutions through which they wield power. They are the dissatisfied colonizers who are essentially by default receiving leadership from Donald Trump and an assortment of others outside the dominant ruling parties. They are colonizers who are also colonialists, conscious of the threat posed by the rise of the colonized peoples global and within the US itself. This article in HuffPost summed up on January 15, 2021, reinforces what we've known all along and said all along, quote, safe to say the Donald Trump supporters who ransacked the US Capitol last week weren't short on cash or propelled by severe economic anxiety. The insurrectionists came to Washington by plane. They stayed in Airbnbs and at the embassy suites. They wore costumes and carried weapons and iPhones. Some were cops. There were doctors, lawyers, a Chicago real estate broker, teachers, even a school therapist, a CEO. Some of them could have been impoverished former coal miners, as so many pundits have described a certain sect of Trump voters. But these people weren't raging over the decline of the carbon-based economy. This was a riot about race and power. If there was economic anxiety, it was spurred by the rioters' false notion that their place in the world was under threat, unquote. These are colonizers who are generally ignored by the white left colonizers. We refuse to concede all of them to white power. In the same vein as the bourgeois Democratic Party, white left colonizers concentrate primarily on organizing the colonized, us, into their safe, opportunistic embrace. This advances their struggle for reforming colonial democracy, but undermines the struggle of our people for total independence from colonialism, perhaps even more than the Trump faction. The left colonizers work hard to obscure the reality that the road to socialism is painted black. We have penetrated the walls of the colonial citadel through creation of our Solidarity Front. The thousands of white settler colonialists who assaulted the Congress are not the only dissatisfied whites. There are others, and their numbers are increasing steadily as the party provides African internationalist leadership and direction to their dissent. The thousands of white people who demonstrated after the murder of George Floyd were also colonizers, but they were displeased with the leadership of the ruling colonial parties and united to a large extent with the spontaneous expression of resistance by our people. Again, our party did not abdicate leadership to these dissident colonizers, to the ruling Democratic Party, while it is assumed that most of these dissident whites avail themselves to the electoral process in the Democratic Party following the initial outburst of protest. Our party continues to assume leadership and provide a new political home for many in the Uhuru Solidarity movement and in solidarity with the Black Power Blueprint Project. Our Solidarity Front places our party in in real contention for the leadership of sectors of the colonizer population who are disgusted with the parasitic lifestyle provided by a system that brutalizes us and the colonizer of the world and destroys the planet in the process. With the establishment of our Solidarity movement, we did more than open up a new front of our struggle that has played an important role in our ability to withstand the counter-revolutionary onslaught that destroyed many other groups. We also eviscerated the ideological foil, protecting the colonial ruling class from the general colonizer population. We exposed the colonizer to himself as a colonizer, freeing him from biologically based so-called race analysis and arming the colonizer in the struggle against colonialism. Through our Solidarity Front, the party has initiated a campaign to, quote, make Wall Street pay reparations, unquote. USM held a series of demonstrations at major banking institutions demanding reparations that would be paid directly into our Black Power economic development projects. These projects were designed by the party to negate the influence of colonial capitalism within the colony and among the colonized. The campaign is demanding that banks contribute to real repair by paying into the development of independent anti-colonial African economy controlled by the African working class through its advanced detachment, the African People's Socialist Party. This contributes materially to the struggle for socialism, the pre-communist period, where the African working class has seized the means of production and become Black state power that replaces the colonial capitalist state power. Although we organized the Solidarity Front of the party in 1976, many new members were won last year due to the widespread African resistance. We are daily seeing further evidence of the correctness of the party's line and the growth of our capacity for general leadership of the US front of the entire socialist struggle against imperialism. The fact that the capitalist world economy rests on a foundation of the colonial domination of Africans and others lends critical weight to the inherently revolutionary authority of the African working class organized in its own selfish interest through its own vanguard party. The solidarity work of the party's work, the Solidarity Front of the party's work makes a powerful contribution to our ubiquitous global presence. The Solidarity Front alone is an example of the role played by the African People's Socialist Party in generating the existential crisis of the colonial capitalist social system. It is class struggle by white colonizers under the leadership of the party that exposes the class struggle as being concentrated in the colonial contradiction. In the chapter on African internationalism by my political report to our 6th Congress in 2013, and repeated in Vanguard, the political report to the 7th Congress, we exemplify our pioneering African internationalist theoretical work by clarifying, and I quote, this is from 2013 political report, slavery, genocide, and colonialism are the stuff of which capitalism was born. African enslavement was the first capital in the development of capitalism. Slavery and colonialism gave rise not only to capitalism, but also to the capitalist and working class alike in Europe and North America. The workers and the bourgeoisie, the two primary capitalist defining classes, have occasionally fought great battles with each other since their inception as contending social forces. Nevertheless, both were born and developed on a platform of slavery and colonialism. Consequently, what is often called class struggle inside the US and Europe is actually contention among the workers and the ruling class for control of the parasitic capitalist pedestal and the stolen resources. The parasitic foundation of world capitalism continues to exist up to now as a true economic base upon which the entire superstructure of the capitalist-defined, capitalist-dominated world rests. Instead of separate, more or less self-contained worlds existing in casual relationship to each other, there is one capitalist world system, united by a parasitic economic relationship imposed by Europe upon the rest of us. The entire world is now locked into a single dialectical process, a unity of opposites, whereupon the gruesome extraction of life and resources from Africa and the rest of the world is a condition for the life and development of what we now know as Europe, white people, and the capitalist system to which we have been forcibly affixed. And then the same political report to the 6th Congress quotes my political report to the 3rd Congress held in 1990, which says, quote, the significance of this party research is its usefulness in exposing the fundamental contradiction, the resolution of which would result in the historically based advent of socialism, has never existed between the industrial white working class and ruling class. The real locus of the class contradiction in the real world exist in the contest between capitalism, born as a world system, and the pedestal upon which it rests, unquote. Over the years, the forging of our solidarity forces has helped to deepen our theory of African internationalism. In 1979, I summed up in a document written for a party conference that white people without African internationalist leadership of the party are at best left with, quote, with only a moral or political or strategic basis that would have them doing charity to help Black people as opposed to doing something which is theoretically necessary for their own liberation in the process, unquote. So I think this is the place now where we break ourselves. Ask the incredible leader of our agitprop work, Comrade Akili Anai, to let me know if this is the place where I should be stopping for the break. Or should I move forward? I think I have a couple more minutes, don't I? No.
It's 27, you have till 10:35, Chairman.
I have till 10:35. Okay, so let me move a little further because I think this is important. We're going now into chapter 5. The practice of the party has always reflected our theory forged from a scientific, historical, materialist analysis of the world and our place and destiny in it. We have consistently summed up the ever-developing crisis of imperialism, a perennial refrain of our party that is not understood or accepted by many. It is our African internationalist analysis that moves our revolutionary movement forward and helps us to understand and project the protracted nature of our struggle, of our revolution. Nothing points more to the party's relentless contribution to the crisis of imperialism than our intervention in St. Louis during the 2014 African working class uprising. The party was among the hundreds of organizations that came to St. Louis Ferguson in response to the clear turning point in mass anti-colonial resistance. For the party, it was evidence we had anticipated of the inevitable re-entry of the African working class into independent political life. We were the only organization that went to Ferguson intending to ride the wave of mass resistance toward completion. of the defeated Black Revolution of the 1960s. We were quick to intervene in the protests after the murder of 18-year-old Mike Brown on August 9, 2014. We were clear. Although Brown was murdered by a representative of what is recognized as police, a colonizer by the name of Darren Wilson, the fact is that under colonialism, the police is simply the domestic arm of a military occupation force. Before the intervention of the opportunists, the militant masses were crying, "Kill the police." This was an unambiguous identification of the colonial state as the enemy to be defeated. It was a declaration of anti-colonial action, a demand that reflected the party's position quoted in point 8 of our 14-point working platform written in 1979 and later adopted by our party at our first Congress in 1981. And it reads, quote, "We want the immediate withdrawal of the US police from our oppressed and exploited communities. We believe that the various US police agencies which occupy our communities are arms of the US colonial state, which is responsible for keeping our people enslaved and terrorized. We believe that the US police agencies do not serve us, but instead represent the first line of US defense against the just struggles of our people for peace, dignity, and socialist democracy. Therefore, we believe the US police is an illegitimate standing army, a colonial army in the African community, and must withdraw immediately from our community to be replaced by our liberation forces who struggle in defense of our community and against our oppression, demonstrate their loyalty to our community and their willingness to serve in its interests," unquote. Point 8 is as clear as the working class militants in Canfield Drive in 2014. This is the understanding that we took into St. Louis. We did so while fighting an army of opportunists that was willing to sell out the interests of our people for liberation from US domestic colonialism with an insipid call for an end to racism and harmless demands to perfect the colonial state power with police body cameras. We denounced the bourgeois-supported whining slogan of Black Lives Matter by declaring that Black power matters, the decolonizing anti-colonial demand for Black community control of the police. Black community control of the police is a democratic demand that realizes that democracy is a form of the state. It informs colonized African workers that real democracy for the colonized lies in negating the authority and power of the colonial state, the most ubiquitous of which is the colonial domestic occupying army, the police. Only the African People's Socialist Party recognized that the demand of Africans in Ferguson was a fundamental departure from the impotent opportunist slogans and misleading political actions that had succeeded in undermining our struggle against colonialism since the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 1960s. We were the only organization that went beyond mere protest while the opportunists continued to move with spontaneity and no aims beyond the most recent demonstration. We were the only force that began the process of educating and organizing the African working class to assume its role as revolutionary leadership, assuming power in our own hands. We brought the science and organization that have made our party and the Uhuru movement permanent, dynamic fixtures within the African colony and the colonizer nation of white people. This is the politic informed by our theory of African internationalism. We have always led the fight to keep our struggle on a revolutionary trajectory. We oppose the empty and misleading slogans that whine Black Lives Matter to the delight of colonizers who paid millions of dollars promoting the slogan to replace the uncompromising demand coming directly from the people. Hands up, don't shoot is a far cry from the declaration of kill the police that sprang from the bosom of the colonized African working class that experiences the brunt of colonial terror daily. This was a declaration that frightened the African petty bourgeois opportunists as much as it did the colonial ruling class. Hence, Black Lives Matter. When we fought against these slogans, the African People's Socialist Party was unintimidated by the fact that some of the professional protesters who were parachuted into Ferguson had succeeded in temporarily winning that groveling plea among many of the unorganized, mostly first-time politically active colonized masses. The African People's Socialist Party accepts our responsibility to lead in 2014 and now. We take the masses beyond what may be the limited worldview imposed on them from our enemies. The people do not always need the party to organize protests and rebellion. The history of the anti-colonialist protest movements throughout the African world make this evident. Libraries are filled with books describing protest movements organized by the people. It is the party's responsibility to intervene in spontaneous resistance with science, to influence the direction of spontaneity toward the greater likelihood of revolutionary conclusions. Unlike anarchists and opportunists, we intervene with the science of anti-colonial socialist revolution that would take the African working class to power. This is what we are doing on the pages of the Burning Spear newspaper and with the weekly broadcast addressed to the African nation that speaks directly to the masses, instructing them how to move toward the revolutionary anti-colonial trajectory. The work of our party helps to define and give direction to this period of struggle. This is the kind of work consistent with our history of fighting against opportunism that continues to develop and define our party as a custodian of the socialist anti-colonial revolution. The African People's Socialist Party fights relentlessly to deepen this crisis of imperialism. We carry our banners and push our slogans declaring Black Power Matters, down with colonialism, reparations now, and Black community control of the police. Our intervention into the African resistance in St. Louis Ferguson included the launching of the Black Power Blueprint on West Florissant in North St. Louis, the ever-growing project of dual power in the heart of the oppressed African community. This project, much beloved by the people, concretely shows how the organized African working class begins to go beyond protests. It shows the people how we create our own contending state power under our own African flag, generating African working class economic development based on reparations on our own terms and from our own initiative. Uhuru. So, am I there yet, Comrade Director?
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Uhuru. Uhuru. Wow. 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 Such an amazing, amazing reading. I mean, you know, the stamina. Salute to Chairman. This is a riveting report. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break from reading Chairman's Omali Yeshitela's profound political report. Please be back promptly at 10:45 Eastern Time, 9:45 Central Time, and 7:45 Pacific Time. But we're going to take a 10-minute break now. Uhuru. 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 How you feeling, Kunai?
Uhuru. Man, I really want to salute the chairman for the first reading of the political report. And I just really want to appreciate, I really want to appreciate the chairman for the summation. And the chairman was on fire.
On fire, on fire, on fire. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. You know, I'm definitely feeling it. What was your favorite part?
Oh, okay. My favorite part. Okay, one part that stood out. I don't know if it was my favorite. It was a lot of different pieces that the chairman hit on. We were able to get through 4 chapters in the beginning of chapter 5, so it's a lot. But I think one thing that stood out was the piece around about Haiti. And in 1804, I think he said, which I need to study about more, but it's something I'm interested in incorporating into the Marcus Garvey Youth Program with ABDEC. So I don't know that piece, but you know what? I think the whole piece around what a liberated Africa looks like, that might trump that. I'll say that maybe that's my favorite piece, because so often, like, everything outside of the Uhuru movement is so demoralizing. Honestly, we're constantly being demoralized in this system, and to hear about what another world could look like, and not in this like mystical way of, so this metaphysical thing, but tangibly, like what a new world looks like is, I think that's extremely powerful. And then the chairman and the party has given us the ability to fight for that, has allowed us the opportunity to participate in our own liberation, to make that liberated world that the chairman spoke of a reality. So I have to say that's probably my favorite part today. Even though a lot of other things were said and stood out, I think that's probably the favorite part so far. What about you?
Uhuru, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. I loved it. You know, I can't wait for more coming up just very shortly after the vending session we'll have now. If you really you know, like me, and just can't wait to have a tangible copy of this, go to burningspiritmarketplace.com and order you a print copy of this. I mean, I cannot wait until my print copy comes in. And I ordered two because, you know, one gonna look like I sliced it with a Ginsu or something like that, because it's gonna have all sorts of notes and all sorts of stuff like that in it. But make sure you get one. Make sure this is the leading revolutionary philosophy of our time, which is going to lead us to victory. So thank you for that, everybody. Now, what I'd like to do is give you all a revolutionary Uhuru and welcome back to the 2021 Party Plenary, the second plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party. Since this is a virtual event, we will have virtual vending throughout this program. This segment of virtual vending will be led by the Office of the Chairman, Comrade Kinge.
Uhuru, get y'all wallets ready.
All right, get them ready. I know I got mine ready.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
Thank you to the MCs. My name is Ikinge Maele. I am in the office of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Is my comrade Vikia there as well? We want to take this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to really just salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela. I'm almost breathless. I've been just listening and following along. This is an absolutely amazing plenary, and the political report is absolutely astounding. One of the first things that I would like to share with everyone, I'm sure many of you have these, but I've got a few left, and I'm really hoping that today that you will make your purchase. This is the Omali Taught Me t-shirt. Hopefully you can see that. Look, I've got 4 of these left. And if you don't have one, you need to get one today. I've got a size small, I've got a large. So you better get in the chat and let me know you want it. You can go to uhurutours.bigcartel.com. I've got one small, actually 2 large, and 1 extra large. These are the last 4. Uh-oh. Deputy Chair, I got you one. And I see, okay, 4 feet, you want one of the large. Yes, they are great colors, great colors. These are fantastic. So the last 4 I saw, who else? Somebody else got a small. I know it's in the chat. I'll see it. Go to uhurutours.bigcartel.com and get this. I'll be watching the chart. I see 4 feet wants a large. Kundai wants a small. So that's it. And gone. So actually, I got an extra large and 1 more large left. But don't worry, if enough people want them, guess what? I will order more. But let me show you something else. I know you just saw on the screen before now the chairman's books, but this is something you've got to get. If you don't have it, I'm encouraging you to get quotations from Chairman Omali Ishitella. The best part about this is that it is large enough or small enough to be able to carry with you. And it's African internationalism right in your hands that you can carry with you, allows you to be able to answer all the questions of African internationalism and sum up the world in a few short quotes. Right here, get quotations by Chairman Omali Ishitella. Go to burningspearmarketplace.com. You'll find your pricing there. Get one today. Also, if you haven't purchased it before, now is a great time to get it, is An Uneasy Equilibrium. This is the political report to the 6th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, An Easy Equilibrium, the African Revolution versus Parasitic Capitalism. This is a fantastic book. This was again, the political report to the party's 6th Congress. If you haven't gotten it, get yours today. Get yours today. All right, and somebody said, make sure you pre-order your copy of the today's political report. Also, what is another astounding read? How much is, I don't know which one. Somebody put in the chat. I saw a question asked about a price. The Vanguard, which is the political report to the 6th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, the advanced detachment of the African Revolution. Make sure that you get yours today. These have been selling out quickly. So make sure you get yours today. The Vanguard is $30. Quotations is $12. An Uneasy Equilibrium is $29.99. The Omali Taught Me t-shirt. This t-shirt is $22. Get yours today. I want to show you a few more things. Black is back. If you don't have one, get yours today. This is all proceeds go to support the work of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, which you know is led by our chairman, Omali Ishitella. These shirts are $20. $20 for a Black is Back t-shirt. You can go to the blackisbackcoalition.org website They come in small, medium, large, extra large, 2X, 3X. Get one for yourself, get one for a family member. This is the way we take our message out into the world that Black is back. It is our time, comrades, and we can, if you don't have one, I don't know what to tell you. You got to get one. This is how we start a social movement to let the world know that Black is back. So get your Black is back t-shirt today. Again, they come in small, medium, large, extra large, 2X, 3X. Go to the website, get yours today. Black is back. Again, our proceeds go to support the work of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, which you know is led by our chairman, Omali Yeshitela. Okay, Marissa, I see your notes. Somebody might have got it before you, that's why. We only had one left. One other item. Is the Free All Political Prisoners poster. Again, supporting the work of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. This poster signifies some of our brothers and sisters, comrades that have been locked down in these concentration camps that they call prisons throughout North America for so many years that it's almost unconscionable. And if you've been following any of the social media or whatever right now, you know that the Political Prisoners Working Group of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations has been fighting fiercely along with the Jericho movement to get these brothers and sisters out of these death camps. And with COVID-19, it's made it an excruciatingly worse situation where it's inevitable what the state intends to do, but we can show the world. These are $2. You can go to blackisbackcoalition.org and get your Free All Political Prisoners posters. We've sold over 1,650 of these thus far. They are all over the world. If you do not have them in your city or state, you need to order some today. Again, go to the blackisbackcoalition.org website. They are $2 a piece. Uhuru, Sister Alicia.
Uhuru. Yes. Comrade Bakri has said that he wants to purchase 2 of these posters. Kundai says she wants to purchase 2 of these posters as well. And just to remind people that the Omali Taught Me shirts that were actually just sold are $22. The Black is Back t-shirts are $20, plus the cost of shipping and handling. The posters are $2. As the King said, quote, okay, we no longer have quotations up for sale. We are actually out of stock for that item. However, all of the chairman's other books are still available at burningspearmarketplace.com. That includes Vanguard, The Advanced Attachment of the African Revolution, An Uneasy Equilibrium, The African Revolution versus Parasitic Capitalism, One Africa, One Nation. We have Fofi, who is saying that she also would like to have 2 posters. Thank you, Fofi. So for the posters, you go to blackisbackcoalition.org. For the books, you go to burningspearmarketplace.com. So blackisbackcoalition.org, burningspearmarketplace.com. Also, we have a message that if anybody has a Kindle e-reader, they can also order. Uhuru. So We have DC Ona saying 4 posters. Valerie Young, a poster. I'm taking screenshots of these comments, but also if you are able to do it now, blackisbackcoalition.org. Blackisbackcoalition.org, burningspearmarketplace.com for books.
Uhuru, comrades, thank you. That has been our time. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Kundai. So what do you think about that? I heard you dropping some dollars.
Uhuru, yeah, I'm gonna give me a shirt, a couple of posters. So that was exciting. I love the virtual vending. Makes us feel like it's in person. Make me feel like it's in person anyways. So make sure everybody goes and supports. Go to different websites to support the Office of the Chair and the Black is Back Coalition.
Exactly. So yeah, salute to the virtual vending. I know that Kundai going to make us come out of them pockets as soon as she gets up there for Zenzele consignment. So yeah, I mean, I go to Burn and Spirit Marketplace for all of my needs, whether it be books, pamphlets, posters. Don't sleep on the posters. Don't sleep on the commemoratory calendars, but also the pins. Oftentimes what I do is I just give them a price amount and say, you know what, just what y'all got, just give it to me, right? So you see right here, I just be like, just give it to me. Because every time people see that one with Chairman and Huey, they be like, where'd you get that at? Where'd you get that? I'll be like, here, you can have it. And then now I gotta go get me another pen. So hopefully y'all ain't start printing those blue ones right there, because every time someone says they like it, I get suckered into giving mine away. So,
I like it.
Yeah, so whoa. You want me to send it to you? So burningspiritmarketplace.com, blackisbackcoalition.org. So now, Uhuru comrades, it is my honor to bring back Chairman Omali Yeshitela to continue the reading of the political report to the second plenary of the 7th Congress. So everybody, let's get a round of applause. Let's bring back Chairman Omali Yeshitela to continue reading the political report to the second plenary of the 7th Congress.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru, Africa. I am beginning on page 51 under the sub-headline, the political basis for the Vanguard Party.
Oh, that heading.
Almost 100 years ago, V.I. Lenin, the Russian revolutionary, who led the first successful Eurasian struggle against capitalism that resulted in socialists assuming power in Russia in 1917, defined the Vanguard Party necessary for revolution. The success of this organizational template is one of the factors that led to our creation of such a party. Lenin's party building recipe included the founding of a party newspaper that could be an organizing tool and method of transmitting socialist ideas among the working class. Lenin's approach to the issue of party building was expounded on in the 1938 published History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, a textbook that would educate party members of the Soviet Union about their party. And I'm quoting from that book. Lenin considered that such a newspaper would serve not only to weld the party ideologically, but also to unite the local bodies within the party organizationally. The network of agents and correspondents of the newspaper representing the local organizations would provide a skeleton around which the party could be built up organizationally. For, Lenin said, a newspaper is not only a collective propagandist and collective agitator, but also a collective organizer. This network of newspaper agents will form the skeleton of precisely the organization we need, namely one that is sufficiently large to embrace the whole country, sufficiently wide and many-sided to effect a strict and detailed division of labor, sufficiently tried and tempered to be able unswervingly to carry on its own work under all circumstances, at all turns and in all contingencies. Sufficiently flexible to be able to avoid open battle against an enemy of overwhelming strength when he has concentrated all his forces at one spot, and yet able to take advantage of the awkwardness of this enemy and to attack him whenever and wherever least expected. As to the structure and composition of the party itself, Lenin considered that it should consist of two parts. A close circle of regular cadre of leading party workers, chiefly professional revolutionaries. That is, party workers free from all occupation except party work, and possessing the necessary minimum of theoretical knowledge, political experience, organizational practice, and the art of combating the Tsarist police and of eluding them. And B, a broad network of local party organizations and a large number of party members enjoying the sympathy and support of hundreds of thousands of working people. I assert, Lenin wrote, 1, that no revolutionary movement can endure without a stable organization of leaders that maintains continuity. 2, that the wider the masses spontaneously drawn into the struggle, the more urgent the need of such an organization and more solid this organization must be. 3, that such an organization must consist chiefly of people professionally engaged in revolutionary activity. 4, that in an autocratic state, the more we confine the membership of such organizations to people who are professionally engaged in revolutionary activity and who have been professionally trained in the art of combating the political police, the more difficult will it be to wipe out such an organization. And 5, the greater will be the number of people of the working class and other classes of society who will be able to join the movement and to perform active work in it. As to the character of the party that was being built up and its role in relation to the working class, as well as its aims and objects, Lenin held that the party should form the vanguard of the working class, that it should be the guiding force of the working class movement, coordinating and directing the class struggle of the proletariat. The ultimate goal of the party was the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of socialism. Its immediate aim was the overthrow of Tsardom and the establishment of a democratic order. And inasmuch as the overthrow of capitalism was impossible without the preliminary overthrow of Tsardom, the principal task of the party at the given moment was to rouse the working class and the whole people for a struggle against Tsardom, to develop a revolutionary movement of the people against it, and to overthrow it as the first and serious obstacle in the path of socialism, unquote. With our founding, the African People's Socialist Party has improved on the party building process initiated by V.I. Lenin. With our own newspaper, the party has helped to define the struggle against parasitic, that is to say, colonial capitalism. The Burning Spear newspaper was the critical pre-party instrument in forging the ideological and political path to organizing our party on revolutionary principles. And while Lenin identified the immediate task to advance socialism in Russia as the defeat of Tsardom, we have long understood that the true road to socialism is painted black, and that the immediate task in the fight for socialism globally is the defeat of colonialism, the undemocratic pedestal upon which capitalism rests. Nevertheless, we can see the value of Lenin's insight on how, in many ways, they reflect the process of party building that our party has followed, and the tactics and strategy our party provided for the entire African national liberation struggle on the road to socialism. We have written manuals and offered years of training at different times on the significance of the political journal and its function for our revolution. The Burning Spear has been exemplary in carrying out its revolutionary mission. We have made our own contributions in affirming the role of the Revolutionary Journal as a party building institution. The fact that the Burning Spear continues to exist today as a rarity in our struggle is testimony to our understanding of how to build the Revolutionary Party and contribute to the political and ideological development of the colonized African working class. The Burning Spear is not as widely distributed today as in earlier times, but its influence is magnified many times over by its online publication and the fact that it represents an organizational continuum. The significance of this continuum is revealed in the 1986 statement by Huey P. Newton, former leader of the Black Panther Party that at one time was the revolutionary center of our struggle. Said Newton at a party mass meeting at our Uhuru House in Oakland, California. And again, this was in 1986. Quote, "You might not have the Black Panther Party, but you have the Uhuru House. You might not have the Black Panther newspaper, but you have the Burning Spear. So they haven't done anything by crushing one organization," unquote. A succession of articles serialized in the Burning Spear over 6 months in 1980 from a report I made to a party conference in Gainesville, Florida in 1979 helps to make this point, and quote, "The single most important of all our programmatic work is the continuing development of the Burning Spear newspaper. Hopefully you will have noticed that this December issue of the Burning Spear marks the 14th consecutive month that the Burning Spear has been published on time without missing a single month of publication anytime within the last 14 months. I have already given a modest appraisal of the Spear's importance to our work over the last several years. However, I would like to add to that by saying that the Burning Spear is one of the clearest manifestations of the party's professionalism and seriousness. It is an absolutely necessary organizing tool, and the professional, non-spontaneous character of a revolutionary party can be determined in part by whether it has such a journal. A political journal is necessary for several reasons, which includes the need to sum up local struggles and national and international occurrences for party cadre, other progressive forces, and the general community within which our work takes place. The need to make incessant, ongoing theoretical, ideological, and political struggles against the enemies of our movement. The need to keep the strategic concerns before the revolutionary forces, and the need to identify the party's politics as a means of recruiting from among the masses. Party members must make the Burning Spear the most popular publication within the oppressed and progressive cities and communities where we do work. The Spear must be sought out by masses whenever a particular aspect of their own oppression needs clarity, or whenever they want to understand any event in the world. The Spear must become recognized by the oppressed and the progressive communities as their legitimate and intimate connection with the peoples and causes throughout the world. Party members should study each issue of the Spear from cover to cover, making sure we understand and can explain every question, struggle, or issue within it. We should also set up party study groups to study the Spear, to which we may also invite people from the community or from mass work. When possible, we should also set up discussion groups within the community, which are designed to discuss the important issues within the covers of the Spear. We must also write for the Spear, describing and analyzing the crucial issues within our local communities, teaching the people who read the Spear in our local communities how to make the correct connections with their own oppression. Party members are also expected to make the greatest sacrifices in order to contribute to the development of the Spear. We should sell the Spear under all conditions and circumstances. We should also make a special effort and develop special drives to sell subscriptions to the Spear and to make financial contributions to the Spear on a regular basis, unquote. I've included this 40-year-old excerpt because the message continues to be representative of our mission and because it reinforces our historic role as the advanced detachment of our revolution. The regional strategy of the party will be given new energy by the method of region building we are using now. Our regional strategy stems from the party building process we initiated nearly 50 years ago. It is also responsive to the paper on tactics and strategy written even earlier. Our current method requires the party to give a coherent mass approach to build the party's presence, worldview, and organization throughout the region. The regional strategy requires regional leaders to assume the responsibility for winning conscious support for the party and in the region, and to win the best of the African population for membership in the party. It is understandable that leaders attempt to concentrate in the locations where we have a physical presence. However, while doing so, we must use our creativity to cast a regional-wide net to build our party, sometimes through the party's mass organizations. We must move from the practice of allowing localized work to substitute for the regional strategy. This promotes party building stagnation and stunts the growth and development of regional leaders and committees. Our regional chairs and committees must assume all authority within their designated region. This second plenary of our 7th Congress will clarify the character of our regional work. We have already begun the process of training party organizers to advance this work. We are also initiating intensive political education that will assist our overall work, including our regional strategy, growing our mass organizations, and deepening the reserve forces for our revolution. Our regional strategy is part of our process to occupy geographical, organizational, political, and ideological territory. Our overall security, and especially our economic security, demands this. This is how we transform every African community in the world into conscious and active opponents of colonialism in any of its forms. It is the work we do to build the organized mass army that will fight for and defend our economic work. All examples of dual power will require masses of Africans, whether in the party or not, to support, contribute to, and defend our decolonization institutions. It is a strategy that requires every leader to take responsibility for an African internationalist occupation of every inch of territory within her region. We have the economic and political program to turn all political activity into anti-colonial activity. This will occur everywhere. Whole regions, states, provinces, cities, villages, and communities within the region. This holds true for prisons, job sites, and educational centers. No political or economic force should be able to survive within our regional territories without the express authorization of our party. No political and economic force should be able to survive within our regional territories without the express authorization of our party. This requires creativity and full determination by our regional leaders, something that must be transmitted throughout our territories. This has to be done, and our leaders have the responsibility to discover just how it will be done. The excuse of individual ignorance cannot suffice for failure to forward our struggle. Our unity with African internationalism and the understanding that it must be done is what compels true regional leaders to learn and build and develop the party's presence in the region. I want to just say something. I'm diverting just a minute from the text. I want to acknowledge and express my appreciation to Comrade Matum. Comrade Matum, who was in Philadelphia and was the Northern Regional Leader of that of the Northern region for a period of time, and he enthusiastically took on that work, and found out that it was more than what he could handle as regional leader, and therefore he had the courage to say that and to resign from that post as the regional leader, though he continues even now and did even before to play really important work in our economic institution and other activity within the region. But I wanted to acknowledge him because there's something that was not done in this political report, nor did I speak to the fact that we do not have someone who is formerly a regional representative there. And that's the weakness of our party right now, and something that we have to overcome in the process of overcoming. In fact, as it stands right now, Comrade Chimaringa Silambayo, who is the director of organization of the party inside the United States, is someone who is attempting to oversee that aspect of work. But you can see how not having someone who is formally charged with that task, has assumed responsibility, willingly to take on that, to make it happen, to win there, is a problem. And it's not just a problem in our structure, but it represents other kinds of political problems that we have to deal with. So I'm going back to the text now, and this is again on the top of page 57. Our Department of Agitation and Propaganda is seriously and consistently working to provide political and ideological training for our party and people. However, regional leaders are responsible for carrying out the regional strategy, and their leadership capability and political unity are reflected in their self-activated work for ideological, political, and organizational clarity and competence. Our regional leaders and all party members within each region must recognize and assume personal responsibility for self-development. The Department of Agitation and Propaganda, Director of Organization, and other appropriate leaders will do whatever possible to institutionalize our political, ideological, and organizational skills. However, every party member, one to the theory of African internationalism, united with our tactics and strategy for liberation and the mandates and resolutions from our congresses and plenaries, must impatiently do everything possible to build our party, to shorten the duration and end the existence of foreign and alien domination of our people, all in our lifetime. Our regional leaders, working hand in glove with our mass organizations and with some oversight from the Office of the Director of Organization, will take the initiative to capture the territory we occupy. This is the leadership that will learn how to unite with ANWO, NPDOM, APDEP, and our myriad colonial negating economic programs and campaigns to take all the space within the region. All colonized African communities globally will look more and more like organizations of the African People's Socialist Party, because they will be. Our regional work will also represent the party's organizing strategy of fighting for democracy above and socialism below. Our most visible work proceeds through our dual power institutions and mass organizations. These are anti-colonial activities that reflect our understanding that the struggle against colonialism is the most fundamental means of opening up democratic space and destroying the colonial pedestal upholding capitalism and undermining the victory of socialist revolution. This is an essential component of the necessary revolutionary struggle for democracy. The struggle from above and the struggle from below must be led by the revolutionary advanced detachment of the African working class. Unless the democratic struggle against colonialism is led by the advanced detachment, it cannot result in overturning the social system and putting power and the means of production in the hands of the revolutionary African working class. This has been the history of our struggle up to now. The fundamental difference today is that for the first time, the International African Working Class has its own party in the form of the African People's Socialist Party. Understanding our party work in this fashion, democracy from above, socialism below, means that we never lose contact with the reality that both constitute revolutionary work connected to a revolutionary strategy. There should be little or no tensions between the two. This is the first time that the proletariat has led the full struggle for liberation, not conceding more influence and authority than necessary to hostile class forces within the nation. Most often, but not always, the participation of the hostile class forces will be determined by our leadership fighting anti-democratic colonialism. The struggle for democracy above and socialism below reflects the ongoing revolutionary democratic work led by the advanced detachment. This reflects our intention that the democratic work that we do will advance to a revolutionary seizure of power led by the African working class. Our structures are designed to facilitate the total victory of anti-colonial Black power. Our structures facilitate the engagement in every form of struggle for power. Most effective revolutionary anti-colonial parties and movements have adopted this approach, from Vietnam to Cuba to Ireland and Algeria, among others. Various forms of our inevitable underground activity can only flourish through employment of the democracy above, socialism below initiative firmly wedded to our regional strategy. The strategy contributes to our anti-colonial victories in peace and war. Indeed, it anticipates the advancement of the democratic struggle, concluding with our successful struggle from below to complete the capture of Black workers' power. The fight for anti-colonial democracy above recognizes that the entire African nation suffers from colonial domination, either directly or indirectly. African anarchists and other petty bourgeois forces, along with liberals, cultural nationalists, artists, etc., are most often politically motivated by national oppression, sometimes cowardly and other times quite heroically, but national oppression is our oppression as a people in one way or another, however expressed. Ours is a national oppression and oppression of our nation. During the Black Revolution of the 60s, it was the African petty bourgeoisie, sometimes most militantly, that led the anti-colonial movement in the struggle for democracy. This occasionally took the form of armed struggle, sometimes led by political formations that identified themselves as Marxists, Maoists, or other communist declared entities. Within the US front of our struggle, the dominant leaders of the movement for democracy were often, but not always, cloaked in pacifist attire. But even during its most militant anti-pacifist phase, the petty bourgeois-led struggle for anti-colonial democracy could not achieve true liberation. Total liberation required self-determination, the absolute defeat of colonialism, and the destruction of the borders separating the African nation from itself and from our human and material resources. Only the African working class, fighting in its own selfish interests under the leadership of its vanguard, the African People's Socialist Party, has the foresight to take our revolution to a socialist conclusion. Once it becomes aware of its interests, every class will do whatever necessary and possible to advance them. However, it is only the African working class that is capable of seeing the struggle for its class interests as inextricably connected to African national liberation. The African petty bourgeoisie has a much narrower and limited worldview. Though it speaks in the name of African people, it does so assuming that the interests of the African petty bourgeoisie constitute the sole interests of our whole people. Therefore, as a class, often tied to colonial, capitalist economic institutions and political processes, the African petty bourgeoisie is in a perennial intra-class competition and assumes any independent activity of the African working class is hostile to its interests. This eliminates the African petty bourgeoisie as a social force capable of leading the anti-colonial revolution to a successful conclusion that includes the interests of the broad masses of the African nation. Only the African working class in the form of our party is capable of doing this. The party has repeatedly carried out this strategy to neutralize the influence of hostile class forces within our African national liberation struggle. The most recent example is the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, in which the party plays the leading role. Our work in the Black is Black Coalition has been critical in our fight against the assimilationist tendency of the African petty bourgeoisie that supports imperialism by cajoling our people under the guise of fighting against racism. Our party's worked for 50 years, and our tireless struggle and leadership in the coalition itself, coupled with the eruption of African working class resistance in 2020, has made the understanding of colonialism like reparations a household word. Throughout our history, however, we have always created institutions and organizations that advance the interests of the entire African nation under the leadership of the African working class that were open to members of the African petty bourgeoisie to participate. These include the African National Prison Organization, the African National Reparations Organization, and currently the African National Women's Organization and the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. We founded the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in 1991 to bring the masses of African people into political life at a time of counterinsurgency, when we were in contention with the African petty bourgeois forces around the centrality of the US war against our movement. All the way back to my 1977 paper, Tactics and Strategy for Black Liberation, we set as one of our objectives to win the masses of African people to the position of independence. These are some of the lessons, some of the reasons that the party must lead the struggle for democracy as a critical component of the ultimate victory of all power to the African working class. The struggle for power to the people must be finally transformed into power to the African working class. Through our re-emphasized regional strategy, the party is also re-initiating the training to build our mass work led by party cadre and organizations among the people regionally. The regional work will continue and advance the party's work to build the Revolutionary National Democratic Program that mobilizes the National Revolutionary Democratic sector of our colonized population into common anti-colonial motion. We are capturing the spaces to provide political education directed to the most oppressed sector of the African working class in our communities. We are engaged in teaching the masses of our people to love Africa and African nationality, to appreciate the African working class as the creator of all value that must prepare through organization to become the new ruling class, replacing a defeated colonial domination. The regional strategy means to assume responsibility to lead. Over the years, we have always spoken of the significance of our regional work. This is because the only way to build the massive party organization capable of leading the struggle for the liberation of our nation and the emancipation of the working class is by unleashing the organized energy and genius of the people as dynamic leaders and participants in the revolution. The regional structure provides the organized participation of a committee of leaders of a particular region with the democratic centralist benefit of a regional representative or chair to preside over the party's regional activity. This is a form of democratic centralist decentralization. The regional committees take possession of the determinations stemming from this main resolution or political report, as well as other applicable resolutions from our congresses and plenaries. They work out the plans for developing the party's presence throughout the entire regional territory. They develop the strategy necessary to transform Africans of the entire region into conscious followers of our party and the Uhuru movement. They preside over the creation and functioning of the party organizations within the region, given practical organizational meaning of being conscious followers of our party and providing the vehicle for bringing the best of these followers into the party itself. Regional committees build local party organizations in every city within this area of responsibility. These local party organizations carry out their duty of building our party and providing leadership for our struggle in every township, neighborhood, workplace, prison, university, etc. Through a regional strategy that functions properly, our party creates legions of party leaders at every level of our organization within the designated area of the region. This is part of what the regional strategy entails. This is what gives definition to the political and economic activity radiating out from the regional hubs. While all politics is concentrated in economics, and the political and the economic are essentially one, our work must be dialectical, taken on in an all-sided manner. Our people must be won politically to the significance of anti-colonial economic activity. In fact, it is within the campaign to realize the absolutely essential strategic aim of winning our people to ideological and political unity with the demand for anti-colonial independence that we achieve the active, informed participation of the people within each region to negate the parasitic colonial dominated economic capacity. At this moment, it is this type of struggle by the oppressed that continues to destabilize colonial capitalist world domination. Ghana, Congo, Kenya, Vietnam, Cuba, Iraq, Iran, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and others, all represented at some point the struggle to negate the global colonialist economy that is necessary for capitalist economic viability. Buy Black power must be won politically, and our regionally based political work must accomplish this. In fact, it is only the anti-colonial political unity among our people that will win success for our anti-colonial economic projects that are designed to negate the colonizers' economic influence within the colony. We will never be able to successfully engage the colonial capitalists in a purely economic contest. Even during imperialist crisis, they have the capital to purchase in quantities that lower their costs to their advantage. They have the money to use high-level marketing and other means to acquire customers. They have control of the colonial capitalist government and states and all the power that entails. And precisely because their system is a parasitic attachment affixed to our lives and resources, the colonial capitalists have access to our money as a weapon to use against us. We must win the masses of our people to a visceral hatred of colonial economic penetration of our oppressed communities if we are to be victorious. Just as many democratic militants are capable of opposing colonialist wars by the US and other imperialists as they are waged against Nicaragua or Venezuela, they must be taught by our party that the same principles are active within our anti-colonialist economic work. It is work that is informed in practice by anti-colonialist politics. We provide negating alternatives to the colonial capitalists within the colony. This is what is meant by the statement, all politics is concentrated economics. The economic and political are one. This is what it means to build the political economic regional hubs. This is why we must have the greatest unity for this project within our party, why our leaders must lead, why we must assume the responsibility to relentlessly pursue solutions to all the problems and impediments the colonialists present to limit or block the forward motion of history. The political work we do among the masses of our people is also the only security our economic institutions can have. This independent anti-colonial economic activity imperils the survival of the entire imperialist enterprise. This is why African fundamentalist movement under the leadership of Marcus Garvey was such a threat in the 1920s. This is why the work of Nkrumah, Lumumba, and other revolutionary persons and organizations have always been met with furious imperialist suppression when possible. Think Cuba, Venezuela, Iraq, and all the people's governments and movements that function as the colonial pedestal that gives sustenance to imperialism. The regional strategy also concretizes our party understanding that it is the people who make history. It provides us with the organization to unleash the masses of African people and provide the necessary advanced ideological and political leadership they would not otherwise achieve on their own. Moving forward, we will not simply extol the value of the regional strategy. We have begun the process of ongoing training of our members and leaders on how to build the regions. It is within this context that even as we hold our 2021 party plenary, we are reinitiating an intensive political education regimen within the party. This will enhance the intra-party democracy that the regional strategy infers. It is recognition that the ability of members to make sound political decisions within our party and be capable of protecting the party and the interests of the African working class represented by the party, especially during the imperialist crisis that we are currently experiencing, requires the party's membership to be well-grounded ideologically and politically. The political education that will occur within the whole party, the political education that must be organized within our regions and lower organizations must teach more than the formalities of party membership and activity. It must teach the deepest, most profound love and respect for the party. It must provide an indoctrination of our members that include fierce protection of the unity of the party. Our members must understand that the party is the only vehicle available to the African working class and our entire nation to end our impoverished, humiliating, and cruel oppression and exploitation. Without the party, it is impossible to imagine the liberation and unification of our Africa and our people. The regional strategy allows us to educate the masses of our people to recognize our party's significance for the future and well-being of our people. Of course, this is already occurring to various degrees in some places where the party is located, but without a defined strategic approach, our people must come to hate, but without a defined strategic approach. Our people must come to hate colonial domination. We must help the people conclude that our organizational, political, and ideological presence in any of its iterations, including NPDUM, NWO, APSC, USM, APDEP, etc., will allow the people to be living, material, conscious expressions of anti-colonialism. None of this work should be seen as a substitute for the initiative of our regional leaders. The truth is that political education and organizational training are responsibilities that our leaders must personally accept as their responsibilities. The party has provided the philosophy, the tactics and strategy, the organizational processes, mandates, and resolutions for victory, and will always do whatever possible to amplify the training of our leaders and members. However, leaders and members are personally engaged in a permanent quest to solve all the problems of the revolution, including any personal lack of knowledge that may stand in the way of our progress and the liberation of our people. We have produced 50 years of training that is contained in manuals and party veterans that answer almost every organizational question our members will encounter. We are well armed for the task the regional strategy presents to us. A party cadre lead mass organization, we must be conscious of our responsibility to become the most beloved individuals in our communities, not because of some bourgeois sentimentality or petty bourgeois charity campaigns, but because our selfless, dedicated work among the African working class most obviously reflects our commitment to ending our collective colonial oppression. Our work lifts the people to their full potential as organizers and leaders of our anti-colonial movement and prepares them for active citizenship in an independent African nation and an independent African continental government. We do organize the people to protest all colonial injustices. This helps to develop their fighting capacity when it occurs under the leadership of the party and is designed to smash colonial domination of our people. Our cadre recognized everywhere as self-sacrificing, sincere, and incorruptible. We are the hardest working people in our mass organizations and whatever other mass work in which we participate. We are the first to arrive and the last to leave. We must continue to inculcate this stance among new members of our party, institutions, committees, and Uhuru movement overall. Chapter 6 is, of course, we deal with the state of the party. And we say here, a review of the party's work since the 7th Congress first plenary held just a year ago reveals that our Congress and plenary mandates are generally sound and do not require fundamental changes. The party's work, growth, and influence in the past year has been tremendous. However, the implementation of the mandates of the 7th Congress has been uneven. I want to address some things that leading party departments and mass organizations must understand and undertake in order for us to fully carry out the mandates and resolutions. Various mandates and resolutions were the outcome of our party's 2018 Congress. The 2020 plenary provided an opportunity to review our work up to that point, to improve our work and improve on the mandates and resolutions from our 7th Congress. During 2020, our work has gone generally well. We have held to our mandates and continue to carry out our Congress resolutions. It is up to the different regions, departments, and organizations and cadre of the party to assume responsibility for all the work through the regional strategy. This plenary process will provide the opportunity for further review and evaluation of our work to realize our mandates and resolutions. Therefore, I will not spend much time here elaborating on the mandates. I will instead discuss some of the things necessary for our success in carrying them out. We have quite appropriately extolled the leadership of Comrade Director Akile Nai over the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. She has put the department on course and in an unprecedented manner. However, the party must do more to demonstrate unity with our often repeated declaration of the essential role of DAP, of the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. We must move to develop the department based on this recognition, based on the recognition of its role and unceasing growth in the quantity and complexity of its responsibility. Comrade Akile must be given the tools to make the Department of Agitation and Propaganda competent to carry out the tasks mandated by our 7th Congress. Few organizations can boast of the resources our party has developed over the years that forward the Department of Agitation and Propaganda's mission of production and distribution of ideas and the perennial war of ideas we are engaged in with our imperialist oppressors and exploiters. Our newspaper, radio stations, fundamental political education process, and decades of archived political history must become even more effective to take us to victory. Comrade Akile has carried out various reforms within the Department of Agitprop, removed the dead wood that was incompetent, incapable, or unwilling to contribute to our mission of a liberated and united Africa and African people under the leadership of the Advanced Detachment. She has organized workshops and initiated conferences designed to make the department more powerful as an instrument of our revolution. However, to effectively develop the department at this critical time when the crisis of colonial capitalist system has become existential, expeditious development of the department means that Comrade Akile's approach must center on building the various institutions of Agitprop. While Agitprop has authority over several distinct departments, we must clearly determine what it takes for each of them to succeed and develop as a part of a comprehensive, organized whole. The Burning Spear is one of the most reliable, reputable institutions of the African liberation movement globally. It is a reliably produced journal of the party. However, we need much more. We need a plan for development that includes winning greater, more productive participation in the Spear process by party members and by the colonized African population in general. This includes writing for the Spear by party and movement members and by the members of our global colonized African community. This means an actual efficient process of Spear distribution that is centered in our headquarters, but connected in every part of the world through, first of all, party members who sell the Spear as central to their day-to-day political and organizational work, and through street and market vendors and bookshops globally. I'm stopping now just briefly from the written document to say that, you know, the fact is some people will not recognize the significance of the burning spear because they talk about the electronically having discussion and putting out information and et cetera. But that's not what we are about. As such, we do that. But the day-to-day work of members of the party should revolve in part around selling the spear. This is something individual members of the party can do all the time. This is something that projects party leadership throughout every community in the world. This recognizes that the success is not going to be dependent upon whether or not Africa in any place can get access to whether the colonizer has permitted for the existence of an infrastructure that will help us to talk to them through social media or the internet. We go door to door, we talk to people, we're in their communities, we organize people. That's what it takes to put the revolution on the ground in the communities of the African working class. The number of party and movement members vigorously and consistently selling the spear enhances our direct contact with the masses of our people. It means that African internationalist leaders are moving throughout the African colony, wherever we're located in the world. The spear must be increasingly written for members of the party and our movement as the primary audience. This will introduce the party to thousands of people who will receive direct information about us, opening them up to recruitment into revolutionary organization they will be able to much better understand through the pages of the spear. Non-party and Uhuru movement members must experience reading the spear as if looking over the shoulders of the African working class. This means we must not see the primary task of the spear to be impressive essays written to influence petty bourgeois intellectuals. The spear is in the business of creating African working class intellectuals, practical African internationalists. Currently, the Burning Spear editorial content is primarily organized around our 14-point platform and presentations by different party organizations or leaders, including the African National Women's Organization, the Office of the Deputy Chair, the Chairman's editorial, etc. In the recent period of rebuilding our movement, much of our recruitment work has focused on those who might be considered advanced forces, already having a level of political and or ideological maturity that would be that could be rather rapidly developed. We now have a stable core of these members who are capable of taking our politics and ideology to the working class in their own mass way. The spear must work toward printing more pages that are dedicated to reports on struggles of the African working class that speak directly to the class. All party members and others from the working class must be able to write for the spear, helping this party to spread African internationalist ideology, organization, and training throughout the colony. This would even include ideological and political struggles, such as struggles against opportunists and other class enemies in our communities. Such articles for the working class would constantly reference the party's 14-point working platform, rules of party discipline, and even principles of party organization as means of reinforcing party members and recruiting others to the party and movement with a higher level of unity from the beginning. I think the burning spear issues of the 1970s and 1980s provide examples that may be emulated today. The more we succeed in bringing the African masses into the process of spear production and distribution, the more the spear will look and sound like the people. The working class, now armed with African internationalist philosophy, analysis, program, and organization, will be made manifest in the person of the party organizers who brave all circumstances to put the spear in every hand. Selling and distributing the spear is part of the process of building party organizations by existing units of the party and extending the organizational growth to previously untapped sources. This understanding must be included in the plans for the development of the spear, and we must have a plan for spear development designed to take us to a higher level of performance in our ongoing contest with the ideas of the colonial national oppressor and exploiting class. The spear must be seen by party members as our primary weapon in the anti-colonial class war. Party members must understand the function of the spear in defeating our enemy and liberating our people. Again, The spear provides every member of the party the capacity to wage war of liberation all day, every day, and almost everywhere. A close relationship with the spear by all party members helps us to reconstitute a burning spear culture within our party. It enhances the political education of our party members, who must take the spear out to the masses and help to explain and interpret its content in opposition to the propaganda of our oppressors. Every party member is therefore transformed into a leader within her sphere of operation, on the job, the campus, neighborhood, prison, and within party organization. Every member is drawn deeper into the organizational embrace of our party that the spear distribution is constantly growing. This must be seen as essential work, essential to rapid political development of party members, essential to arming party members to play informed roles in supporting and recruiting for our mass organizations and for recruiting in general, essential in connecting every party member and organizational unit globally with every other party member and organizational unit everywhere. We have to solve the problem of getting the spear into the hands of party organizations, members, and others throughout the world. It is not acceptable that we are less capable in 2021 of getting the spear to comrades internationally than we were 30 or 40 years ago, when the spear was ubiquitous and a ubiquitous presence globally. I will never forget the day in 1983 when I walked into a Black militant-owned bookstore in London and was confronted with the scene of a white man, a Brit, holding court in the middle of the floor, a copy of the burning spear baton-like in his hand, declaring it to be the best source of revolutionary analysis and information in the world. More than 100 years ago, the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, the UNIA, ACL, used extraordinarily creative methods of distributing the Negro World, its journal, and the most widely read and appreciated newspaper in the African world. Obviously, this was before some of the methods of communication available today. In some places, the Negro World was banned by colonial administrators, but the UNIA was nevertheless successful in getting the newspaper to our colonized people. Sometimes it was distributed by African seamen who sewed the paper in the linings of their coat and found other effective methods of smuggling the paper where it needed to go throughout the world. Of course, the key to the success for distributing the Negro World was the role of the rank and file members whose imagination was unleashed by the anti-colonial unity within the movement. This is a statement, comrades, stepping just away briefly from the text, of how every party member and leader must recognize the significance of the success of the Burning Spear newspaper for winning people to the revolution. This helps us to understand that our struggle is larger than the specific task that we may be responsible for, the specific committee we may be responsible for, the specific institution we may be responsible for. That all of our work is designed to make the African revolution, to bring the masses of African workers and the African nation, the most progressive sector of the African nation, into the embrace of African Nationalist Party. And this is facilitated by getting this newspaper out. Everybody, every member should be concerned about. This shouldn't be just an issue that Comrade Director Akile is only involved in trying to deal with. That's one of the things I liked about Comrade Mattoon, because Comrade Mattoon, who I mentioned earlier, from Philadelphia, the northern region, he had contacts and people he knew in Africa, and he would make sure the Burning Spear newspaper got to them. It didn't require Comrade Director Akile to do it by herself. He did it. And all of us must see this as the mission. That's what the people who were members of Garvey's movement, the UNIA, were able to do. It wasn't that some director responsible for distribution of the paper told people to put the paper and sew it in the linings of their coats, the seamen who recognized the significance of getting this information, getting this word to masses of our people, took the initiative to do it. And that's what we have to do. Comrade Akile, I'm back. Now to the text. Comrade Akile must require her agitprop team to answer the question of what it would take to do this and all the other things not mentioned. The answer to this question must inform the work of agitprop. Here we are talking about internal organizational strategy, the question of personnel, material, and technical resources, and a firm grasp of the significance of this critical moment in the history of our relationship with colonial capitalism. We're also talking about an enhanced understanding and of unity with this mission by rank and file party members. We must advance now. And Agitprop has to help the party members, has to educate party members to recognize the significance of our work and making all these things happen. Similarly, back to the text, our radio work must move beyond the current limitations of simply holding the fort. It is not appropriate for this work to function on the level of a mom and pop operation. And while this means we must do everything necessary to professionalize our operation, including adequate up-to-date equipment, it means more than this. We have to modernize our radio work. And while this does necessarily mean cutting edge equipment, the truth is that we can anticipate a time when the enemy restrictions and embargoes will mean that we will be denied even the equipment currently available to us. What then will win sympathy with our cause and grow and maintain the people's unity and with and loyalty to our struggle to defeat colonialism? Modern equipment is important, but it is not advanced equipment that will take us to victory. It is the political line and our efficacy in promoting it. It is advanced theory. Efficiency means whether we speak the language familiar to the people and tell the story the oppressed masses need for their advancement, and whether the story is told in a manner that reflects the cultural mores and requirements of our people and our class. Also, does our programming reflect intent to achieve definite political and economic outcomes? Our radio work must also take advantage of our global presence as a party. This must be reflected in our programming that can air across various time zones and in various languages that reflect the linguistic diversity of the African nation. Our radio work can have 24-hour, mostly live programming being heard in one part of the world in familiar languages and in another part of the world at another time in other languages. In fact, our radio work can contribute to language studies that can contribute to our people achieving greater competence in speaking to each other in different languages without having to go through the colonizer for interpretation. A serious economic component must also be built within our radio work. A realistic budget must be developed that includes what is needed for effective radio production. We must develop a full-time capacity. We must develop a full-time capacity for acquiring donors and underwriters to bring in the money, contributing to equipment attainment and paying stipends to some staffers. We must organize a dedicated program to win supporters to endow money to underpin our radio work. And we must maximize our efficiency of addressing Africans and the peoples of the world through effective utilization of the necessary computer software application devised for spreading our message far beyond the normal broadcast range. Our radio and spear work will require divisions of labor concentrated in actual departments within Agitprop. The same is true of Agitprop's political education work. Here again, it is necessary for Agitprop to place the immediate leadership of our political education work in the hands of a dedicated department that works solely or primarily in that area. A news department within our radio work can play a similar party building organizing role that our newspaper work is designed to do. We can tie our radio and Burning Spear online and print news departments to hundreds of news reporters and potential organizers throughout the African world, men and women cadre, who will investigate the conditions of the people and report them through the philosophical lens of African internationalism while drawing them into a close embrace of our party. These reporters will be connected to the people to have to depend on the colonial ruling class to explain or interpret our reality. We will be able to destroy the colonizers' myth of fundamental divisions among ourselves and myth of solidarity with our oppressors wherever we may be located. Agitprop will continue developing the discrete departments where custody of our political education is located. Teacher training will be provided by this office that will also keep record of the level of ideological growth and training of every member and the quantity of political education received by every party organization. New member schools for recruits who have currently come into our ranks in sufficient numbers must be mandated. This enhances the stability of the party organizations and improves the democratic involvement in party meetings and party decision-making with members who have occasionally wormed their way into our ranks, as well as the enemy agents and provocateurs who are always looking to cause dissension within the ranks of the party and the overall liberation movement. Agitprop must also continue to develop the program for development of agitprop skills throughout the party and movement. A minimum level of agitprop skills must be provided and reproduced throughout our structures. All the party organizations must have the skills regularly honed by agitprop to carry out basic agitprop related work throughout our party down to the unit level and within our mass organizations and general mass work. Agitprop training has to include winning party members to an understanding of how to organize political discussions, debates, and other politicizing educational events throughout the colony, especially among the African working class. This will also enhance the value of party cadre doing general mass work within our areas of operation, even when this mass work is initiated by non-party members and organizations whose activities reflect our general line and strategy, and especially when this work offers greater opportunity for winning recruits to our party, organization and/or strategic allies for our revolution. So I'm not going to attempt elaboration on every possibility, and many of the things I have mentioned already are being contemplated or actually carried out by agitprop. The main thing to be considered is the centrality of building and enhancing the entire agitprop department in the immediate period. Often when we talk about what is necessary to build agitprop, we do so with the vague assumption that this is something that will be accomplished down the line. This is philosophical idealism. There is no time for that. We must begin now with an actual comprehensive plan of action. The main thing that agitprop has to do is determine what is needed by way of human and material resources and how they will be deployed as they are being attained. The party must do what is necessary to help directly acquire and mobilize the necessary resources, especially human resources. These human resources must also include skillful assignments of forces from among the hundreds of those recruits coming into our solidarity front with skills that may be useful for developing the department. We cannot overstate the success of much of the party's strategy. Depends on the strength and efficacy of the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. Since our 7th Congress and last year's plenary, we have continued to learn more about the power of ruling class social media. Currently, social media platforms afford us the potential for communicating with millions of people globally. The fact that a few million Africans have viewed my January 2019 presentation at Oxford University shows our potential even as the ruling class imposes more limitations on social media accessibility. However, this potential is far from being realized. The truth is that although ruling class intervention is often evident in our social media work, we are years behind optimal utilization of this medium. We must build a component of agitprop that is dedicated to this project under the leadership of our party. Form of our quest to defeat colonial capitalism and lead our forcibly dispersed and colonized nation to liberation. This means that agitprop, like all our organizations, must carry out immediate tasks as part of the mission to capture the power to actually govern. While carrying out immediate tasks, agitprop must be envisioned as the developing ministry of communication for our dispersed, liberated nation. Also coming out of the 7th Congress 2nd Plenary, agitprop has to better define, develop, and implement the structural relationship between the central office and agitprop forces throughout our structures in every organization of the party. This includes local and party unit, burning spear agents, and literature distributors. Agitprop must use this plenary to initiate the resolution mandating accountable, perennial study of the party's 14-point working platform. Every local organization and unit must engage in this study to learn and interpret the platform at regular weekly party meetings, and sometimes at group studies called just for this purpose. Every party member immediately unattached to a party unit must be mandated to carry out this basic study. This is the way we guarantee the achievement of an African Internationalist Foundation, where every member of the party, every party organization must be mandated to use points of the 14-point platform as the political education at the top of our standard party agenda. I've written this fully understanding that this platform will have to be revised moving forward to reflect the global presence of our party organizations and members. While it does reflect our African Internationalist worldview, the 14-point working platform was written at a time that the party had not achieved this global presence and was primarily based within current US borders. This, along with the regular study of the pages of the Burning Spear, helps to decentralize and democratize party knowledge. It must be understood as vital to our task of creating the colonized working class intellectuals that we have talked about. It is a major blow to the assumption of the monopoly of ideas and intellectual work by the African petty bourgeoisie, who, notwithstanding occasional protestation to the contrary, generally function as funnels of colonial capitalist philosophy into the midst of the colonized. And sometimes this colonial capitalist philosophy comes from the left colonizers. All of our work is influenced by the incredibly deep crisis of imperialism. When we say the crisis is existential, we are at the same time positioning ourselves for the eventuality of seizing the power of self-government. We are positioning ourselves as the strategic tool of the African working class and toilers of the world to destroy colonialism and unleash the forces of socialist revolution globally. The Department of Education and Propaganda must prepare for this event as a catalyst and as part of the global infrastructure for international Black power under the leadership of the African working class. The development of agitprop requires its capacity to envision itself to be an arm of an independent global African working class state. This is what carrying out the 7th Congress mandates and resolutions must ultimately facilitate. This outcome is explicit in all our work all the time, but the liberated future that agitprop helps to project to our party, our people, and the world must be visible to agitprop itself. The office of the Director of Organization under the leadership of Comrade Chimurenga demands critical attention. Most of us understand that Comrade Chimurenga, who wears too many hats, assumed responsibility for this office in the wake of a contradiction sparked by the fraud and dishonesty of a previous occupant of the party's National Office of Recruitment and Membership. Comrade Chimurenga has rolled the recruitment and membership responsibility into the Office of Director of Organization and is working to build a coherent process for bringing credible recruits into the party. The fact that most of the contradictions of the party stem from too few people to carry out its escalating responsibilities during this imperialist crisis should help everyone to understand that serious concentration on the Department of Organization is indispensable to our growth and development. It is essential to carrying out our mission as defined by our 7th Congress political report and all the subsequent mandates and resolutions. We must do it, if only to free up Comrade Chimurenga from the potential of being overwhelmed by the myriad of responsibility he currently shoulders. It is Comrade Chimurenga's dedication, unity with African internationalism and the party leadership of our struggle that has carried him up to now. It is dedication and unity for which Comrade Chimurenga has become renowned within our movement. But we must give better definition to the directive organization work as determined by our 7th Congress. It is an office that has never been fully appreciated or utilized by our party. Now that office has also assumed the role of recruitment and membership. Back to some basics. The recruitment process must become less cumbersome. Yes, we want to protect the party from undesirable elements, unstable forces, wreckers, ideological opponents, agents, and enemies of the people. But the majority of the people do not represent these elements. Our recruitment process cannot be determined by who cannot or should not come into the party. Moreover, we are now armed with a core of rapidly developing and tempered cadre that should make it more difficult for agents, splitters, and wreckers to undermine our party. We are correct in our recognition that the party want revolution. We must also assume the people want the party. We are correct in our recognition, rather, that the people want revolution. We must also assume that the people want the party, even if they have not had an opportunity to come to this conclusion independently. Otherwise, how will the people's desire for liberation be realized in the real world? Outside fears or bad elements entering the party must be countered with correct discipline and consistent application of our regional strategy. Correct and disciplined regional leadership effectively transfers democratic centralist leadership throughout our regions, in the states, provinces, cities, towns, and neighborhoods, workplaces, universities, prisons, etc. This process transfers most of our recruitment responsibility to party forces on the ground who are actually engaged in advancing our strategy, carrying out the resolutions and mandates from our congresses and plenaries, learning and spreading African internationalist theory to the masses while building the party. Recruitment through practice in this way also informs party recruits from first contacts that we are not simply a party of gossiping social media militants or petty bourgeois intellectuals. We know from history that this will not prevent all bad elements from entering the party, but the regional strategy gives us the appropriate means for building the party from the masses. And in so doing, while building massively, it allows an element of insulation of the party, of the whole party, from negative impact from single individuals or departments. We must re-examine and actualize the process of individual party members being able to initiate the recruitment process. This should happen without the unnecessary involvement of higher party organizations beyond the local units and party organizations constitutionally required to formalize recruitment through special meetings held at those levels for that purpose. So the process of recruitment must be institutionalized within the regions, and regional leaders must assume the responsibility for organizational and individual training of new member sponsors, recruitment procedures, and skills. The directive organization must require accountable, well-planned organizing and recurring recruitment campaigns by and within each region. We must give greater attention to training regular party members as sponsors of incoming party recruits. How does this happen in practice? What is required in terms of training, protocols, structural implementation, etc.? How does this reflect the regional strategy directive to build party and rural movement office in every locality within the colonized spaces, as well as within the colonizer spaces controlled by the party through our Solidarity Front? The answer to many of these questions are found within our organizational manual. However, these are questions that the directive organization must address. What is required within the structure of the office of the director of organization to carry out its multifaceted mission? I'm stepping from the printed section right now just to make an observation that I think is important for our understanding. One of the things the party has been aware of since coming into existence is the huge contradiction that the Black Panther Party experienced. It grew so rapidly that anybody who wanted to could put on a beret and black leather jacket or something similar to that and declare themselves members of the Black Panther Party, set up Panther offices and things like that. And this meant in some instances the police, the secret political police set up those organizations or put key people in those organizations. And it was extremely problematic. I'm not saying that we should abandon this process that we've established to bring people into party. We're not going to sacrifice it in some opportunist way. But I am saying that we will eliminate, knock out all of those things that prohibit people from coming into the party who we need to come into the party. And I believe that's the vast majority of African people. So it was during our 2020 plenary that Comrade Chimarenga's already loaded responsibilities were increased to include the task of leading and building the massive office of directive organization. The task spelled out as mandates for that office during the plenary only touched on the responsibilities of the office. We are now elaborating on the mandates and offering more specifics of what the office entails. We are also offering some leadership on the approach to building the office. Although organized on short notice, the regional conferences conducted by the party globally in January were innovations in the direction of exemplifying a regional approach to building the party. The January regional conferences were designed to inspire a regional party building approach that mobilizes regional leaders and members and contributes to the growth and influence of our party through our mass organizations that are too often thought of by regional leaders as an afterthought, if at all. The regional strategy is the approach. If we do not keep this in mind, it reduces our work by losing sight of the overall revolutionary agenda to defeat colonialism and liberate and unite our Africa and nation. It feeds the tendency of allowing the tactic to become the strategy, of becoming a form of opportunism, where our work bows to the spontaneity of the now, of sacrificing the long-term interests of the party to make a global revolution, to the localized, purely practical possibilities within the moment. The office of the directive organization was energized precisely because the party voted to move beyond the practice of making plans and resolutions did not always have the oversight of actual implementation. It was because of the party's determination to make the regional strategy real that the political report to last year's plenary stated explicitly that, quote, our newly appointed directive organization will hold this work accountable through regular reports and oversight to make sure these goals are accomplished, unquote. The work to build the office of the directive organization is informed by this. It is a major fundamental, much bigger than just the name of an office. It is fundamental to everything we are doing at this moment to forward our revolutionary advances and capacity through the regional strategy. In Vanguard Up, the political report to our 2020 plenary, we stated, quote, to rectify some of the organization's shortcomings, we will leave this plenary having appointed Comrade Chimarenga Slambayo Director of Organization. This will minimize the practice of establishing party organizations and committees that, in violation of our organizational principles, are structurally unaccountable. Among the constitutionally mandated responsibilities of the directive organization are ensure all party organizations are functioning according to the Constitution, policies set forth by the Congress and the National Central Committee, submit a monthly organizing report, work closely with the regional chairpersons to build local party organizations and units where none exist, work as the chief field organization to maintain, work as the chief field organizer to maintain and build the party. I'm also calling on our directive organization to oversee the party's less than effective fraction work. The fractions are the means by which the party ensures the analysis and interest of the revolution are carried into our mass work. This does not only include the mass organizations that are not party organizations, but fraction work must also be conscientiously carried out in party organizations, such as ANWO, APDEP, and NPDUM, as well as USM. Our organizational manual does a good job in explaining fraction work and must be used by our directive organization to advance our work. The truth is that the party must lead everything, and the party fraction is our method of guarantee that we are always organized as the party in whatever political work we undertake. The initiative of leadership and oversight of our fraction work is simply another way, and oversight of our fraction work is simply another way that we provide the tightest organization possible for leading our revolution, especially during this moment of imperialist crisis, when the political stakes are so high and the possibilities of peril or advancement so strong. Everywhere there is a sufficient number of party members to do so, we must initiate fractions in our mass work, including ANWO, APDEP, NPDUM, USM, etc. We must develop and learn to carry out fraction work. This will not be done overnight, but our directive organization must put fraction work high on the agenda for building our party within the regions responsible for carrying out our regional strategy. This is the way the party's agenda is effectively carried out in every area of the work. This makes us better African internationalists. This makes us better practitioners of African internationalist theory, unquote. So the Department of Agitation and Propaganda will have to be intimately involved with the Office of the Directive Organization to facilitate the development of propaganda for the recruitment work and hone the political development of those being recruited into the party. And comrades, I'm stepping away from the text right now, just to say that I am working on some ideas now to make this much more effective in terms of a certain reorganization that will happen within my office and with some leading components of the party's work responsible for the various institutions that we're discussing right now. These departments will be required to function as partners in party and movement recruitment. Like the Department of Agitation and Propaganda, the Office of Directive Organization must assess what is necessary in terms of human and material resources to effectively carry out its mission. A primary task is building itself and achieving the actual capability of carrying out its mission, so critical at this time of imperialist crisis. Leading and building our mass organizations. Each of our mass organization leaders have the same basic responsibility as our regional leaders. You must continue to advance every effort to solve every problem necessary for the success of the mass organization. You must continue to increase your knowledge and organizing skills to build the mass organization. It is primarily your responsibility for deepening the party's connection with the masses of our people. Your work is to extend the party's ideological, political, and organizational reach. You must bring more people into active participation with the party's strategy for total liberation and unification of Africa and the dispersed African nation under the leadership of its vanguard. You are cadre, which means you do all that is necessary for the success of our revolution from your assigned post as a mass organization leader. My pre-plenary review of the reports by some leaders of our mass organizations revealed the incredible development that have occurred and continue to occur in this front of our political work. It is difficult to review these reports and not marvel at the success of our party up to now in carrying out our Congress mandates and resolutions and reversing the crippling losses incurred by the Black Revolution of the 1960s. I want to step away from the text now. I'm saying this for the purpose of our translator. It is, I will reference, like the kind of work that's being done by different components of the mass front, the mass work of the African People's Socialist Party. And that is true. It's impressive. And the thing that we have to continue to fight for and win, however, is that leaders of our party are not simply leaders of a particular committee or the particular organization that they have been elected to or have been assigned to. Leaders of our party are leaders of our party. That means all of us, the leaders and even the members, have responsibility for the success of the party. We assume responsibility for the success of the entire party, not just for that component that we are over. We cannot, for example, abandon responsibility for the work of the party because our work in a particular committee or over a particular mass organization is so overwhelming. Because that work in that mass organization and that committee is meaningless if the party is not strong. It is the party that gives significance to those mass organizations and not the other way around. So I just want to say that. I'm going back to the text now. Through the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, APDEP, led by Comrade Aisha Fields, we can actually see the emergence of an international African healthcare system revolving around the collective participation of African people. APDEP's Project Black Ankh, our anti-colonial answer to the imperialist Red Cross, has initiated the people's war against the COVID-19 colonial virus, deploying party and Uhuru movement members throughout the African colony from townships in South Africa to US cities in Florida, California, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere. The Anti-Colonial People's War Campaign developed safe practices and protocols that were delivered via social media and by trusted members, party members, and heroic volunteers. Our forces, known by our colonized communities, did not represent the hated colonialists and their institutions that have never worked in our interests, no matter protestations to the contrary. Black Arc launched the online telehealth and asked the doctor institutions that have won volunteer participation from African doctors, nurse practitioners, and other healthcare workers who provide free medical support and advice to colonized and mostly impoverished Africans throughout the world. All of this work and the growing influence of Zenzele Consignment, APDEP's Community Economic Development Project in Huntsville, Alabama, are demonstrative of a major resurgence of our APDEP work that reflects the rebirth of our defeated anti-colonial revolution of the 1960s. The impressive maturation of APDEP as a dual power institution of our party is matched by the apparent maturation of the mass forces of APDEP volunteers. Many APDEP members have been won to a greater demonstration of practice African internationalist unity through taking on expanded responsibilities for agriculture work and other subcomponents of institutional implementation of APDEP's plan of action called for by our 7th Congress resolution and mandates. Through APDEP, our party has developed a practical means by which the forcibly dispersed African nation can express its international border negating unity. We have also begun creating the structures of the emergent African nation state, the nation state that Garvey and Nkrumah fought to achieve over the last 100 years. This is another African working class dual power project, exposing by example the limitations of obstructionist colonial capitalism while simultaneously constructing the contesting power of our oppressed nation under the revolutionary leadership of its advanced detachment. I think now is the place where we break. Is that right, comrades Masamela and Kundai? Is this the moment?
Yes.
Okay. So this is page
Uhuru.
Page 81.
Uhuru. Okay, so let's make sure we got save your place in the political report. And let's give our chairman another round of applause and salute for how much we've gone through thus far in the political report. Uhuru.
Right, Uhuru. How you feeling?
Uhuru.
Oh, me? I feel good. I feel good. I just really appreciate the chairman and going through this political report. I was, extremely anxious, waiting on the political report to hear it. So I'm just, excited to be going through it. And obviously, the last part that the chairman went over in APDEP, and just really stating the significance of the party again, because I know sometimes we can get bogged down in like the area of work that we're involved in, and sometimes lose sight of the big picture. So I just really appreciate the chairman and the political report and all of the work of the comrades as far that's gone over in the political report. So
right. Chairman said the leaders of our party are the leaders of our party, right? Really underscoring that is our assignment, and that, we're recruiting for the African Revolution. So the way through which we overturn these contradictions is bringing more of you all out there. So if you all are interested, I know we're going to talk about it later, but if you're looking at this and you say, how can I get down? Go to apspuhuru.org. apspuhuru.org and join us. Like I said, I know that that's going to be talked about later, but I just wanted to say that, come join us. Put one of these little red stars on your collar.
Join the party, yes. Get involved in some of the work. I mean, the chairman has already talked about, we not, you know, we haven't even seen the reports and the presentations from all of our different departments and mass organizations, and the chairman has already gone over some of the exciting work of our party. So we definitely want people to get involved and join this party. And one of our moderators has put the link in the chat as well. So make sure you head over to the website and get, you know, signed up if you're interested in joining. You're interested in changing the world, changing the conditions.
So I'll pass it to you now.
All right, so we're getting ready to take, for some people, maybe if you're in Masamila's, Conrad Masamila's area, you might be taking a breakfast break. If you're in the, where we are in Huntsville, or where the chairman is in the East Coast, you might be taking a lunch break. And if you're on, you know, in London or Africa, maybe you're gonna have dinner. I don't know, but we want to give everybody a 30-minute, say lunch break, because that's where I'm at, 30-minute lunch break, and just appreciate everybody for tuning in so far, in all of the different areas of the world. And so let's be back promptly in 29 minutes. And let's see, which is going to be 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, and 8 p.m. Central Africa time. So let's make sure that we're back on time so we don't miss anything from the political reports and the rest of the plenary. So, uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.